more. Listen well. This is a solid, obedient family. Who no gree? Now sabi. We not dey beg them. We not dey give shishi. We not dey collect shishi. Now our conscience will follow. And our mind tell us that only one place we dey go. And that place is where anybody where it says complete they go. Now movement. I don't belong to political party. I belong to political movement. Now movement we dey. We move! We move! We move! We know the chop agbado. We know what join military when we don't know who is commander. We know what to. Generator don't chop up my money. Fuel don't finish my money. So enter plane go down in Lagos 150. No, they don't teach when to take back our country. Now our country. These are Nigerians. Respectable Nigerians. Nigerians will understand the meaning of suffer. Nigerians will not suffer. Some children will not stay house for 9 months. Parents will not pay school fees. Traders will not see where to collect goods. Now identities. Peter Obi, we say God the lead us so. We will follow you anywhere you will carry us so. We will follow you. They say campaign never reach, never start to campaign. We know the campaign, but we dey claim our ground. All people dey find where we dey for Rivers State. Now we be this. Now we be this. Now we be this. We no dey give, we no dey take. We no dey give, we no dey take. We no dey give, we no dey take.
Yes, so we can pepper them. Pepper them. Which of designers you pepper them? Pepper them. We can reach you pepper them. We are say pepper them. What designers you pepper them? We are say pepper them. Instead of everybody to concentrate on how PDP will win, you go and pay money to television houses to talk about Wike every day. Meanwhile, Wike and his team were busy bringing down every structure of APC here, providing the dividends of democracy to our people. Your own state, you're only busy talking about Wike. I've told them, when you have a child, give the name Wike. Since
that Nigeria, I'm ready to serve. It's about service to this country. We inherited speaking in tongues from the Bible. But our diversity is a promise for prosperity.
Mr. Vice President, welcome. It is my honor to receive you and to talk with you today about many important matters that face Nigeria and the United States in our partnership and what we are committed to doing together. There is a strong relationship between the United States and Nigeria. As I was explaining to the Vice President, there are hundreds of thousands of Nigerian Americans and Nigerians here in the United States, and so many who have made significant contributions to the United States, be it as entrepreneurs, as innovators, to film and music. And Nigeria, without any question, is leading on so many important issues and some of the most important issues of our time.
All right. Can we give His Excellency Peter Obi a rousing Texas and of applause?
Hello, everyone. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. We are coming to you from New York City. It's an interesting day in Nigeria and in America, and we are going to have a conversation on several issues going on across Nigeria and Africa. Again, my name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and our topics today are we are going to start with Peter Obi's visit to America and your impression on the visit. We are also going to talk about the vice president who is in America too, Oshibajo is in America too, talking to the vice president of the United States and government officials here. And of course, Wike continues to be a major player in Nigeria and a factor in the fate of PDP, the opposition party. So, but to begin the conversation, I'm inviting a special guest. Helen Mbakwe will join us for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Helen is a candidate for Senate in Nigeria, and she's also a sponsor of Obi's visit to DC. So let's welcome Helen. We talk to her, and then all our guests will now have an opportunity to join us. Helen, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. For those who do not know you, you are running for Senate under NNPP, is that?
Correct.
Yes. All right. So, Senate for what state? Anambra State?
Anambra State, yes.
Okay. All right. So, tell us a little bit about yourself for those who do not know you.
My name is Barrister Mrs. Helen Mbakwe. I'm speaking to you now from New York. But I'm a resident here, but also a resident in Nigeria. I'm a lawyer from the barrister you heard. And then I practice and also run some foundations. The 3Fs Foundation, we're on Newsline at some point. The 3Fs Foundation is the Foundation for Family Development and Family Empowerment and Development. 3Fs came from Foundation for Family, so that's where the 3Fs came from. And what we do in Foundation for Family Development and Foundation for Family Empowerment and Development is that we fund women. We pay for market stalls. We don't give them cash. We pay for market stalls and start treats for mothers so that the children can grow up in a home where parents work, so that they can inculcate the habit of working, so that when they grow up, they are used to seeing people work, so they work themselves. So we go to groups, societies, churches, neighborhoods, and ask them to send us maybe like 5 to 10 names, depending on how many people want to sponsor them. We interview them. We ask them what do they want to do, trade on. Do they want to trade? If they agree to, they want to trade, they select what they want to trade on. We look for market stalls around the neighborhoods. We go to the markets. We pay the market head to please assist them and to watch them over the month, and then be sure that the trades are going on well, and then train them. And in Nigeria, most trades you do, they arrange them in sections. So you will be beside someone already trading in that. So we ask the women around you to look into your work and be sure you are doing okay. And many of them do okay. Sometimes I forget, I go into some markets and I want to buy some things, and they rush out and say, that's the lady, because sometimes I don't even get to do the interviews directly myself.
Mhm.
So it works out, it's been working out for them. And then we go to, or I, for instance, and I encourage our members, the board, they go in their villages to pick a number of women that they sponsor from time to time, give them money to go, like the older women who can't work. You bring out like 100,000, give 5,000 to 100,000. That's or you give like I do like 250,000 for 50 women, 5,000 during Easter and during Christmases, and sometimes on October 1st to mark Independence Day, I do that to tell them Nigeria loves them. So I'm also the president for Kira Autism Foundation. That's a foundation for children with autism. Because I found out that many people don't know what it's about. So I join in the enlightenment of people around you. So when you see children who are acting a particular way around you, you don't think it's you learn to understand and then help them to go through this life.
All right. So how did you end up running for Senate in Anambra State?
Okay.
And how did you end up with NNPP?
Okay, I'm not particularly a politician, but when I saw that there may be a hope this time around for a new Nigeria with the youth, because I always say, you can't fight or struggle through what's going on in Nigeria as an island. But the day our people wake up, I will wake up with them. So when the youth began, I was watching the politics. I was watching the country. The moment the youth took over this particular push for a new Nigeria in the next political dispensation, I told myself I'd come out as an honest Nigerian, someone who wants to work, someone who doesn't particularly need to make money through Nigeria, but to give what she has to Nigeria. I said that's when I said I was going to come out and join the youth in the new leadership of the youth for the youth, by the youth, and for the youth.
So how did you end up with Kwankwaso's party?
Okay, at some point, Kwankwaso was being asked to pair with LP as a vice presidential candidate. So I decided to strategize then, because that would be, and then too, it was being, the country was asking that the presidency be moved towards the east. So I felt that a partnership between the East and the North, having grown up in the North myself, grew up in the North, went to school in the North, did my university career in the North. I felt that a partnership between the North and the East would ease a lot of the misconceptions between the two, and help to also reduce the anger and the bitterness going on in the country. So when that was being pushed, I felt this is the time to strategize with Kwankwaso's party, because the LP position for the Senate had already been taken to.
Okay. All right. So we invited you here because you were at one of the people that sponsored Peter Obi's visit to DC. Am I correct?
I won't call it one of the sponsors, but I hang around a number of the people that are working with the obedience. Yeah,
you're working with them.
I'm working around. I hang around them. Yeah,
You hang around them, but you didn't sponsor them. All right. So today we are talking about the topic. First topic we have is Peter Obi's visit to America, and we have a lot of our friends who are already in the studio, and they are going to join us in that conversation. But let me ask you, what is your impression? You were there. What did you see? What's your impression about Peter Obi, his performance, and everything?
I actually went there as not particularly a supporter. Like, since I said I'm also NNPP, so I have to be careful with some of the things I say. But when I heard that Peter Obi was coming in, and having watched the one he did in Canada and Germany, I think, and a few of the other states, like I said, I'm hanging around some of the organizers of his visit. I said I'd go out and check the opposition. The now opposition was supposed to be a merger when I joined Kwankwaso, but it's now an opposition. So I want to check him out. I went there to actually check out the visit and hear firsthand the things he's been saying. I've been hearing it through the media. Sometimes I'm not sure what you hear is true. So I went there to see for myself and hear for myself what he's saying and doing in his talk.
So what's your impression?
My impression is that he speaks like, what I heard directly now, not someone telling me or hearsay, is that I sized him up because I got there early and I took a vantage position, and I heard directly, and I heard Pat Utomi talk, representing him too, and I heard Mr. Peter talk, and then Mr. Valozibo too that was with them. And I got the impression that these are simple, very simple, everyday, ordinary Nigerians who are feeling the pains that we are feeling. I saw him as speaking from pain and hurt, and speaking honestly, and wanting honestly to make a change. And I identify with that.
All right. We're going to let our viewers who have joined us to come into the studio. You can hand it around, and I know some of them will want to talk to you, and we have the Kwankwaso people around too. They might have to talk to you. So let me let them in. Kayode, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages.
Okay. Alaro, welcome to the show. And Kelechi, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages.
Now, I can see some people are in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera. Otherwise, I'll have to get you out. Kwankwaso Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. So if you want to be in, like I said, come in. The studio is full. We'll have to remove people who are not in. The cameras are not on. Ben, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a guest, Helen Bakwe, who is NNPP's candidate for Senate in Anambra State. And also we have this show especially for people who met Peter Obi or planning to meet Peter Obi during this visit. This is the first segment of the show. So we're going to talk about that. Let me see. Alaro, let me start with you. I know you met Peter Obi in Germany. What is your impression? I know you support him already, but meeting him physically and hearing him, what's your impression? And of course, we have our guests. If you have a question for our guest, Helen Bakwe, you can also ask our questions.
Okay. Actually, in life, you have an expectation. You owe some people in high regards, and most of the time when you meet them, they really put those expectations down. But in this regards, I was really humbled because my expectations of him and what I saw, he was ways above what I expected.
Okay.
And this is a very humble man. This is an all-day experience from getting at the airport. Most of the time when you meet them, and so on. And him having to carry his own luggage, not wanting no help at that level, which I don't see anybody, even a normal councilman in Nigeria as police officers running around carrying everything. And he stood all day long. So I was really taking my time to really hang on to every word, because this is an extremely intelligent man. He's not looking at anything to get information. He's doing mental calculations, even mathematics, right there live in front of everybody. He has he's determined.
Okay.
He's driven. It's a personal thing for him. And he made a comment. He said, my worst fear is if I should get there and not be able to do everything I can and not be able to perform. So that shows you a level of commitment. He said, I cannot afford to fail the youth. They put too much trust in me. So what from then, and he ate dinner, we went from 6 a.m. till almost 1 a.m. in the night. So, and then from there, the next morning is in Rome, Italy. And it's non-stop all the way to where he's at now in Atlanta. So I don't know how he does it. And Germany being the first stop, at the end, he stood on stage for almost 3.5 hours, spoke. And at the end of it, the people bombarded the stage. Everybody wanted to take selfies. And we gathered him with the security, trying to get him out of there. And he told us to stop. He said, I'm not leaving until every single person has a selfie.
Wow.
That's another 2 hours.
All right. Hold on. Okay, stand by. We have questions for you and all the people who met Peter Obi. If you met Peter Obi and you're here, indicate so that I'll come to you directly. Ovie, I know you did. Let's hear from you, Ovie.
I mean, since it's going to be, an hour or 2 hours long program, I will just take it stage by stage, and I will start from. I'll start from the organizing, the venue. To me,
where did you meet in Atlanta? Is it?
Yeah, Atlanta. That was a couple of hours ago, actually. Well, yesterday now I would say, but it was pretty much late. Late night. Late night? I would say around. I left the venue around after 12, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so first thing for me is the venue. I mean, we're talking about Atlanta, where there are a lot of Nigeria that hold sway in terms of business, government, I mean, whatever you can mention, Nigerians are there. So first of all, I was shocked that the venue was taken to a church, that the City of Davis, which is a branch of Redeemed Christian Church of God, a church that has I would not over-exaggerate, maybe not up to 500, not more than 500 capacity. And so that alone just threw a lot of
Oh, Ovie, you're on live TV. Ovie. Okay, I'll leave you, Ovie. Talk to your people. I'll come back to you, Ovie. Ben, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Ben, are you driving? We don't like people driving. We don't have insurance to cover accidents.
I'm almost home.
Okay, can we talk to you when you get home? Okay, when you get home, we talk to you.
Okay.
All right, Paul, welcome to the show. Paul in Arizona, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sure Peter Obi did not come to Arizona, but did you meet Peter Obi anywhere? Did you go?
No. If I had my way, I would have traveled to the one in California. That's the closest to me. But even you can see the delay is coming from Canada, the delay and everything. So it's not something I see myself doing. But
you've been following.
Maybe the way he's doing is tour around and everything. We might see, and which is good for him. Maybe after some time we might dig deep about his tour going round and round and round. But I think he's really, really pushing more with his tour and his campaign. I think for now, I would say it's good for him.
Okay, good. Obi, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
Okay, that's okay. Finish up.
Yeah. So yes, that for me, I think they could have done better. Just putting the magnitude of what the office is seeking for, the kind of people that is representing. I think they could have applied more sophistication. And again, I understand the event is just to raise funds, so they will have to economize how to get more. But still, that for me doesn't encourage for me. But one good thing is that the one man I met Ekene. I think Ekene is one of the regular faces on this show. He's very recognized me, so that's a good.
You see, I told you
so
you're on reality TV now. Yeah.
So he recognized me. I hope he's going to come on today because he stayed longer. I believe he stayed to the end of Obi. I couldn't stay to the end. Yeah, so that alone, I think, cast a lot of doubts at first. And he arrived late. I don't understand why. Even though he's trying to make an excuse for that. They said the event supposed to be 9 p.m. I was there 7 p.m. So they had to go there, come back before 9. Still, it was, I think, around after 10 to 11 that he finally showed up. He made a speech. And again, for the amount they are charging to get in, for me, I don't think it worth the trip. Considering the fact that
how much did you pay? How much did you pay?
No, I didn't pay. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't pay because I got
wait. You told them you were from Javier Say 247 and they let you.
No. I tell the guy that you look younger. I said yes, I'm good. Say no, but you have to pay $50. How much? Sister, the presidential aspirant is also a youth, so we just laugh. So he allowed. I think it's just two of us, me and one other guy from Alabama that arrived there. But I think at the end of the day, though, after those that paid online, those that paid there, then they started letting the people in. But majority, I would say 90 to 95% of people who were there actually paid. So I mean, but even at that, I don't think for me, I don't think it's worth it. If you're actually serious about being the president of Nigeria, you should be on ground mobilizing vote. I understand money is very important too, but with the amount and the kind of people I see, I don't see I don't see the need, knowing that 90% of people that were there present, they can't even vote. So then when he started speaking, there's nothing. I mean, you get what you expect. So from person like me who's on the other side, I listen to him over and over radio, TV, and all that. So since speaking live, it wasn't really something extraordinary for me because it's pretty much the same rhetoric that he's been giving that they end up talked about. But I think overall, I mean, it's a privilege. I won't deny that fact, knowing that there's a single individual that people are so passionate about, not just because of the movement or what he's going for him as a person. Pretty much everybody can say good thing about him as a person. So, but yeah, other than that, for me, I won't rate it that much. But if there's anything, I think my expectation about that whole movement is, fall short of the whole charade, as I call it.
Okay. But all right. Obi, hold on. Okay, let's hear from someone else who met Obi. Who else here met Obi during this trip? Anybody? Okay.
I did.
You did? Who is speaking? Helen? I know. Yeah, Helen, I know. We talked about that. Let me play a video of some of the reactions from people who went to DC and met Obi. So we continue the conversation. Just a minute. All right. Sorry, my studio is full and it won't let me play a video. I have to take some videos out and then we'll be able to watch that video. Okay.
So how do you feel? How do you feel? What do you think?
Huh?
What do you think? How do you feel?
Well, he is who he is.
Right.
He lives his life as a simple man.
Right.
He's very eloquent.
Right.
And he means what he says.
Okay.
So yes, I'm excited. And I'm a very happy, obedient, and very useful to the country.
Hallelujah!
Yeah. Dr. Guria, how are you?
You were here. I wanted to say hi.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know you were here.
You want to say something? How do you feel? How do you feel?
This is very enlightening. And he spoke well, met all the questions well, and I think people believe in him, and we think he will deliver. I think he will deliver.
Prof, I want to hear from you. What do you think? How do you feel? What do you think about this?
I thought it was a very fabulous speech. He hit all the touch points. His rationale for wanting to be president. What are the things that are wrong with Nigeria that needs to be fixed? And the way he delivered them, the solutions look quite simple, but only.
All right. So that's a little bit of people who met Peter Obi. I think that was in DC. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
You are in Dallas.
Yes, sir.
And he went to Houston. Did you go?
Oh, I'm not that fan of him like that.
All right. Why?
I have said this on this show over and over. I wish our beloved country well, and I pray that God give us a leader that will take us to the next level. And having watched Obi for the very long time, of course, I follow Nigerian politics and all of that. Obi have a talking point even while he was a governor, and that thing is working in his favor. But when it comes to reality, is that I don't believe he have what it takes, and not that I'm speaking from my own heart. I wish Nigerian well. Obi does not have what it takes to take Nigerian to next level. I understand the energy is gathering, the momentum from the all over Nigeria or the youth, and I pray that that turn out to make up the number he needs to become a president. But it will be an impression whether he comes to my next neighbor, it doesn't make any difference to me.
Thank you, Jonava. All right, let's have a kind of structure in what I'm doing because I'm skipping people. Let me go back to Ben. Ben, you are home now. What is your impression of Peter Obi? I know. Did you go to see him? Was he anywhere near you?
No, I wasn't able to see him, and they had one scheduled in Chicago, which I would have gone, but I don't know what happened. It was removed from the list of places he's supposed to go. But I mean, I've met Peter Obi a number of times in Nigeria, way before the election. And I met him when he was the governor. And I also met him last year at a funeral. We were all sitting at the same table. That was before this political time kicked in. My impression of him all the time is that he is a man that says something and he does it. Right from time, he's somebody who believed in Nigeria. And he believed that Nigeria could be better than what we have today. And his sacrifice in this time around is that he wants to see a better Nigeria. Nothing personal for him, but for the country and the people, especially the young ones, the youths. Right now, when you visit Nigeria and see what's going on, I came back from there 2 months ago, you will see that we are in desperation and need for a serious change. Now, with that said, when we look at the people running at this time, we have to seriously look inside our hearts and ask among all of them, who is in the best position to deliver? Who is in the best position to get in there and re-energize the people to work with him to make the necessary changes? You see, what I'm seeing in him is the same thing that happened when Obama started campaigning. I attended his campaign in Chicago a number of times. He came here in Milwaukee and campaigned. You just see him as a simple guy. You see him, he looks like just a local legislator. You're like, where does this guy think he's going? But I could see the vision in him, what he wants to do, and what happened. He continued to gain momentum, until eventually he became the president. Did he deliver? Yes, he did.
Okay.
Because
Ben, I have to cut you short. We're going to do, we're going to limit everybody to 2 minutes because we have a lot of people, and I have some P2B people coming in to answer questions. So we have to also make room for them to come in. Helen, let me ask you a question before we go to other people. Being that you are close to the sponsors, some people complain. There was this famous writer who wrote, Farouk, in Atlanta. He wrote, I was looking for the quotes, but he basically saying that it wasn't worth it for him to pay $250 to go and see Peter Obi. Helen, what is the essence of the money that people were made to pay? Was it clear to the people who were paying why they had to pay $250 or $1,000? And in some places, I saw $10,000 a table. What is that for?
First of all, I think the organizers are members and supporters of LP. I am a member of NMPP. So no matter how close you are with friends of NMPP, APC, PDP, there are things they don't let you in on. And even when you are a member of a church and you are one of the, and you love the church, you're one of the good participants in the church, when you want to join them to count money after the service, they don't let you. So I truly won't be able to talk on what the funds.
But did you pay? Did you pay to go?
If you want to attend and you want to register, you when you click on, there's a for Washington is $250 before you can even as you are registering. For you to register online, you must sell your $250 before you get the invite. But I know that when we got there, I think there are a lot of people who still came in.
Like Ovie.
And then because I also saw some students who also wanted to come in, and I did see them in the hall.
Okay.
But if I say anything now, it will be hearsay. It's not because I'm part, like I said, I'm not.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Helen. I'm sure 2 people are coming in from the network, the support network. They are coming in to talk to us about some of the behind the scene things. Okay. Uchenna, I'll come to you. Let me hear from Uchenna. Maybe Uchenna has something for us. Uchenna, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm talking from San Diego, California. I was supposed to go to see Peter Obi in Beverly Hills, but I couldn't make it. But a friend of mine went and did the live video, and I saw the whole thing. She paid $250 to see Peter Obi, and from her reports, she said it was worth it because the hotel in Beverly Hills, you know what it is.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you talk about church building, it's not the same thing as Hilton's.
I'm just talking about from what I know, the California, and they had dinner, good food, good drinks, and everything. The one in California was well organized, trust me, and because I saw the whole thing on video. And one more thing I want to say is, I mean, we might all say Peter Obi is not the right guy, blah blah blah, and everything. But one I need people to think of is, out of the three main people, who do you think is worth to be the president? You know,
we'll get to that. Let's finish impression of people about Peter Obi, and then Femi will come to you. I'll come to you, Ala. Let me hear from everybody. Femi, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. So, in all of this, Dr. Damages and everyone, my typical signature tune continues to be the structure of the country. Because even if Peter Obi gets there, I mean, I guarantee probably even Labour Party would hardly have any senator. He's going to work. He's not going to work by himself. But anyways, on my impression with him, I wouldn't say I was expecting anything new. And like John Herbert said, if you've been following him, it looks like someone that's prepared to be honest in terms of, I know there's the difference between something you see on paper versus reality. Reality bites hard. And my stand has always been the problem with the structure itself. But if we're gonna go with the way things are, okay, at all, like bad. That's all we say. Since we've decided to continue doing the same things we're doing and not deal with the structure. It's a case of the best of a bad bunch, and that's the only reason why I'm like, okay, Peter Obi. With respect to what has happened, as a matter of fact, let me quickly make a footnote. Something I've noticed though is, I think there's a mistake he's making. No, it looks to me as though there's a lot of emphasis on church. It doesn't look like he's exploring. It's not. See, Nigeria is not just church and South. I think there's a big mistake. He's making his people and his supporters. Miss Alaro, take notes. I mean, I just thought to make that point. With respect to the $250, $300, I mean, I'm kind of ambivalent when it comes to that. But I'm just saying that you should take note that Nigeria is not the way Nigeria is beyond all these church things is doing anyway.
All right, thank you. I'll let Alaro explain something. Go ahead, Alaro. You have something you want to explain. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So I think Germany was the first stop. And at that point, things just rolled on. 20 euros to get in. All students free. Mostly were students. If you choose that you want to put more than 20 on your own, we took it. But 20 euros, and most of the people that came in were students free. So that's the point. Most of those things came from the people that organized it. The account for all those people sitting down, what they drank, what they eat was free. So I don't know what happened in the American sense that it turned into a money thing. Here it wasn't nothing like that. Anybody you can talk to, that a lot of people came in, 80% students came in, eat, drink for nothing, for free. They got themselves there for the message. This is a movement, and that's how we handled it. As far as now, people saying the churches, like Ovia said, he went to a church. Look, people, POSN in every city that you guys saw organized it. So you cannot blame the man for the organization of whoever they decided the destination. So he's not dictating to us. We're telling him, you're coming, this is where we're going. There's no point at any time that I had a question of, this is where I want to go, take me to a church. So before you tag him for every single thing, his message is to come to people in diaspora. And Ovie said diaspora is not voting. There's a reason, which he made the message. I don't know if you listened to the whole thing or if you conveyed that with you guys. There is a purpose for this tour. And diaspora has a role to play in the local politics.
Let me ask you before, I know, hold on. Let me ask you, is part of the money raised going to go to the campaign?
As of now, officially, there's no campaign. So politically, there's no campaign yet. We are not campaigning. To say we are campaigning, that means we are breaking a rule. So we are not campaigning. But internally, POSN is a network supporting him. So obviously, politics is money.
All right.
Whatever we raise will go towards this movement. It's a movement.
All right, hold on. Obi, what do you want to say?
Yes, the money raised is for campaign. I mean, I think one of the guests actually expanded on that during his speech by saying, yes, we said that we know they give shishi, but we still need money for other campaign logistics. So that's what the money for. Two, in terms of entrance fee, just as you earlier said, I heard some people pay up to 5,000, but I think the standard fee was 250. But if you are there and you want to pay cash or to Zelle cash app, you can pay $100. And as a young person, as a youth, they will ask you to pay $50. But again, the way the organizer set it up, as I said, they did not even allow anybody to go in until the outside the church was kind of getting crowded. Even police had to intervene. Even though the cop was kind of rude the way he talked to us over there, was just screaming, asked us to go, get in line. And I think as time goes on, I understand that was done for a purpose, just purpose of that, to make sure everybody that is coming in verify that yes, they either pay online or is paying there. And as I said, at the tail end, even though I got in before the Mr. Obi arrived, but after everybody who were outside, got inside, if you arrive and you're saying you don't have money, you give a reason, of course they let you in. So that's what the money for. And again, Alero, you are trying to absorb a fee from the people that organize it. If two Nigerians fight for America, they go to shop wiring in Rock. Is that how you guys want to run? Take responsibility for what people are observing. Don't make excuse for it. Don't say, oh, you know. You're not supposed to know, but you should have the right people who are there doing the right thing. So that's what the only thing that I needed to point out here. So yes,
it's easy to point fingers.
It's not about pointing fingers. They learn how to take responsibility. Wait now, learn how to take responsibility. We they blame Buhari for anything. Even if you fight online, we blame Buhari. That's how
He's not the president of Nigeria, my brother.
All right.
Now,
hold on.
Okay.
Hold on over here. Let's go to Richard. Richard, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Richard, please. Richard, you still have not unmuted yourself. Okay, good.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm speaking from Vietnam. Yeah. So, please, what?
Vietnam. I'm sure Peter Obi was Peter Obi in Vietnam.
No. He hasn't. Okay. No, he hasn't. Okay. He hasn't.
Okay.
What I want to ask is this: Nigerians, what do we want? What do we want?
Can you move your screen so that we can see your face? You can't be asking Nigerians what they want and we don't see your face. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can you see my face now?
Yeah.
Can you see my face now?
Yeah, we can see your face. Go ahead, yeah.
When I say what do we want, some people will be saying they don't support Obi. Some people will be asking a lot of questions about Obi. If you don't like Obi, you don't like his ideas, what are you going to the venue to do? You just want to go there and pick up points to make arguments? In the three front runners, we have a Atiku, we have a Tinubu, we have a Obi. And with your clean conscience, you think Obi is not qualified among these two people? we in diaspora, we have a lot of influence at home. My very self here, my family of about 5 at home, I have to convince them, and they're going to vote for Obi. So how come you are telling me that people in diaspora, they will not vote? Even if we are not going to vote physically, we have people at home that we can talk to so that they will listen. What do we want? Or do we like the way things are going in Nigeria? Are you saying APC should take us away from APC? Or is it Tinubu? Is it Atiku that we see his track record already? His principal calls him a thief. His principal, Obasanjo, you can't know Atiku more than his principal. So what are we talking about? Obi did this, Obi did. Is Obi the only contestant in this race? PDP talk about Obi, APC is talking about Obi. If you are not with Obi, you are not with. You say you are not supporting Obi. You are not supporting Tinubu. You are not supporting Atiku. Where are you? Where are you?
All right, Richard. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say something when we talk about Wike. That is why I wait here.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll get to that. Helen, let me come back to you. After seeing let me play this video so that this is what happened in Ibadan today. People were on the streets supporting, marching for Obi. Let's watch a little bit. All right, so that's a little bit of what happened today in Ibadan. Helen, do you sometimes think that you should have been in Labour Party and not in NMPP?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
No, I'm asking Helen, not you, Richard. yeah,
I know.
Okay.
Your Olin is muted.
Helen, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay. Sorry. I don't sometimes think I'm anywhere. Where I am is where God wants me to be at whatever point in time I am. It doesn't matter where you are. There are so many things to happen before we get to February and March 2023. Between now and then, we are going to hear Tinubu speak to us. I'm going to have to find where Tinubu is going to be. I'm going to get there to hear for myself. I'm going to get to hear from Atiku. I'm going to get to hear from be also at my own rally for Kwankwaso. I will try to be at every other. There are so many other. There's APCA. There are other political parties. We are all supposed to be objective and watch the momentum and the climate and the happenstances. Then when we get close to 2023, we begin to have our family meetings, our caucus meetings, and tell ourselves the truth. This is where we want the nation to go to. This is the person that ministers the most to us. This is where my conscience is telling me to vote. So it doesn't matter what party you are in, because you have to belong somewhere. Belonging to nothing is actually not a good thing. You must stand somewhere. You must forge ahead with a group. But don't make the group you. We have to vote with your conscience. When we all study everything, don't side anything now, but be in a group and listen to everything and keep your eyes open and your conscience clear. We have children, we have parents, you have yourself, you have brothers and sisters, you have friends and neighbors. You see how our lives are going and have been going. When we get there, let your conscience tell you that if I do this, if I put this vote a week or 2 weeks or a month towards the time, start having caucus meetings of where you are going to go, and now speak from your observations, from your conscience, and state, this is what I believe. If I do this, because nobody is going to live forever. I may not be there for 2023. I may be there for 2023 elections and be gone immediately after. But I'm going to leave a lot of people back behind. I need to be sure that they don't face the same things we have been facing. No matter how well off we are, we still have some challenges that should not be challenges as they are now in Nigeria. So it's not about the party you belong to or the party you did not belong to. It's about what is right for your neighbor, for yourself, for your people.
All right.
That's what I.
All right. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Helen. Alex, welcome to the show. I know that Alex was in North Carolina. Alex, there's a lot of noise where you are. Alex was in North Carolina. I think you have two systems on. Can you turn off one of them? Alex met Obi.
North Carolina is like Jigawa.
Alex met Obi in North Carolina. So let's hear from Alex. Alex, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Well, the system keeps going on. Obi came here to this city. We were happy to welcome him. He was himself, very admirable and calculated. In fact, he admonished us it was more of an admonition that we should all not forget home and we should join the movement. He said so many important things that I feel will be very much a blessing if his dreams come true. But it's just a dream, my people. What the reality will be is not going to be determined by not you and me. What the main stronghold of what's happening in Nigeria and what will happen in Nigeria is back there. And we have to listen to just more than what we hear on the surface.
Alex,
yes.
This show is called Have Your Say. It's not for proverbs. You're speaking in proverbs.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay. When the hall was free for those that were to be there, but there was another section of the setup that was for the dinner. That dinner cost from 10,000 to I think 250. If you paid anything less than that, you will not be amongst those that had the dinner with him. Altogether, what was collected in this state, I asked somebody, is that going to him, or is it just money collected that will go into other things? And they said, the person told me they were going to give it to him for the whole activity he was carrying on. How that is going to happen, whether it's true or not, I don't know. Anyway, we collected over $100,000 in this city for that event. When he came, of course, the same flight, lateness and all that, but he greeted everyone. The crowd wasn't that much. He went around, actually, shaking hands, seeing people. And he's also an orator, because after flying from, I think he came from, is it Texas to us? All that, he was looking tired. When he came into the hall, I thought he wasn't going to speak for long, but he was able to speak for that length of time. We left there hours after. Anyway, in terms of people coming, it was a free hall for the time for him to speak, but the hall wasn't full. I guess many people were scared with all that big money that people contributed for the dinner, and they couldn't tell the difference between the dinner and the free hall. But those who knew that the hall was free were there, and we met. he has a strategy that we are all, the money we send home goes into a kind of welfare, because the people who give them to, that what they do is to feed with it, buy shoe with it, buy this and that. But that Obi's strategy is going to be different, that we will be helping people at home, but through a kind of system that will not be a waste, that whatever we invest will yield something back to us. So that strategy, we are yet to see it in full explanation. But I meant to say that personally, with all that admiration of his plan and his acceptability, nobody else should expect to win that election, except it is rigged. Because now he has the diaspora content. Others may come, but I'm not sure that adding the diaspora followership or acceptance of Obi and that of in Nigeria will give him any less than the victory. The question comes after that victory, what happens? And that's the core area. I hope I did.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Obi, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all about criticism of Obi. He has a positive side too. But before I get to that, still focus on the congregation here, the crowd that appeared. I expect more diversity, being the fact that it's Atlanta. Pretty much, I've met Fulanis here, I've met pretty much all the tribe in Atlanta. Now, during the opening prayer, they had a Christian prayer, which is normal. Then again, they had a Muslim prayer. And after that Muslim prayer, there's no sign of any northern either on the high table, on the crowd. They're only pretty much 90% of people from the east and us from the south side and few Yorubas. So I expect more. Since the fact that this ticket is between him and 30, but I didn't see other part of the country being represented, even at the high table or on the floor. And I have that conversation with Kena too, because we are sitting side by side. But on the positive note, I think one thing I expect the obedience to be focused on more is relatability to the people. If he succeeds in becoming our president, I think he will go down in history as one of the a president that is very accessible to the people. He will come to you. That is a given, just like what Mr. Lexi is saying. He is a very simple person. You just by seeing him and the way he talks and the way he carries himself, which is very unique in terms of people who are either aspiring for power or who hold power. So I'll give him that. It's going to be very relatable. And again, for those that are criticizing how much people are paying another, the event, the main focus of that event is to raise funds. They said it themselves. It's to raise funds. So I don't see anything wrong with that person pay $1 million or $1. That is what the event for. I just believe that it could be more sophisticated in terms of organizing and all that than what I saw on ground. But overall, it's okay. But I just expect much better in terms of the crowd and the planning of the events.
All right.
That's just in Atlanta anyway.
All right. Thank you, Ovi. Larry, you want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
I was expecting you to call Blessing since she just came in, but thanks for the opportunity. First of all, we need to be solution oriented. Ask your candidates what they want, what solutions they have first. At no point did I personally hear Obi say he came here to raise funds. I'm a little bit surprised what I'm hearing in the US, because there's nobody here out of the students, what they drank, what they ate, they came in for free. How they got there is their own responsibility. So I'm not sure what's going on. And for example, like Ovie just said also, I know more about Kwan Kaso from Ovie than I know from the candidate himself. He's not representing himself. And most of these candidates are not representing themselves. So for all these $10,000 that you guys are spending, go, those people that organized it, go and verify where that money is going. Because I don't see, there's nobody, the way I met this man that I saw him, there's nobody that can tell me they handed him money, here's the money we contributed. It's impossible. If they're telling you that, it's a damn lie. Let's be honest. The man did not come to collect one shishi from nobody. The main purpose of this trip is for one thing, and I'm going to tell you guys now, for every single person to influence the people you have back home. We can't vote. Yes. And people say, why is it campaigning here? Why? Because every one of us can influence at least 10 votes. Bottom line, not for your money. Please.
All right. Thank you. What we're going to do is I'll get to Blessing and Jude, and we have to maybe let people out, bring in new people, and hear them out before we go to the next topic, which is
Dr.
weekend.
Rudolph,
Yeah.
can I just round off Blessing, I'm sorry, and Jude as well, and I'll just leave. Again, just to take off from what Kwankwaso, representative, and Alaro have said. Again, Alaro, I would, it looks like you're deep in the thick of things with respect to Obi's campaign. So I'll just advise that, especially with the way Nigeria is structured, you know, my thing is structure. The structure, the way Nigeria is structured, not the political structure that the Tinubu are talking about. He cannot, I mean, fine, valid points is going around and all that. As much as I keep saying that, I would rather prefer that we go through some kind of structure of sorts. Let's get our sense together first. But as bad as things are, and since we've decided to go this route, I think you should take note of the fact that it's not just about churches and the South. There's a missing piece. It's very obvious. And maybe as well, if you can include his vice, if his vice can also be a lot more active, especially because that's when Nigeria is. This thing is all about religion, and let's not fool ourselves. That is the game we're playing right now. It's not even just about numbers now. I mean, the stage has been set already by the so-called Muslim. Let's not even fool ourselves. That's what we're doing right now. But I'll take my leave now.
All right. Thank you so much, Femi. You can come back in an hour when we talk about Wike and the vice president's visit. Okay. All right. Blessing, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone in the studio. Good evening, Doc.
Yeah, good evening. Did there be content? Oh no, sorry. I'm just kidding. So when you're watching what's going on abroad, Obi's visit, what is your impression?
Well, I think he's doing
Sorry,
something
Blessing,
others have.
for once, Blessing is speaking from abroad to us.
Oh, yeah, you're my jackpot. I don't even get. Okay, let's not go there. I so I like the fact that he's doing something the other candidates are yet to catch on to. Winning over the people in the diaspora, and like Alaro rightly said, the people in the diaspora will not vote, but they have families here. If he can convince just 20% of those he speaks to in the diaspora that he is the best man for the job, those people wield some kind of influence on their families. Be it because sometimes the people in the diaspora are providers, they are the backbone of their family. So imagine somebody who is your big brother in Yankee telling you, come, who are you going to vote for next year? And you say, bros, I don't know. I never make up my say, come, you're going to vote for Obi. I've heard what that man is saying. He means well for you. I can't be shouldering all this responsibility alone. Maybe when he gets in there, he will do something right and that place will start working and you take the load off my back. So he's doing something others are yet to catch on to. How he's doing it, I don't know the details. And I don't know why people are getting worked up about a gate fee or payment or nothing. Why are people getting worked up about it? I mean, it's not like he came and said, everybody in the diaspora, if you do not come and hear me speak, if you do not come and hear me quote figures like they said he's quoting, I'm going to flog you. He said, I'm visiting your city. Come and hear me speak. And like Alan rightly said, this thing, me, I'm beginning to reason it to me, no come with you. You just say this man knows, say they collect all this money, they collect top in your head. 2,500 naira, 500 naira, $2,500 to go and sit down and shop dinner. Obi, I won't say anything, no. But for the gate fee, It's normal. You want to go and hear him speak. The campaign will not fund this. Should be the last time I was saying it. The campaigns will not fund themselves. They've not started yet, but they will not fund themselves. And this is where most politicians get into trouble, when these people that have the money fund their campaigns for their own selfish game. They become indebted to them. So Obi, the way I'm seeing it, does not want to be indebted to anyone in particular. He'd rather take the risk, put himself out there, and if you want to support his cause willingly, why not? Instead of putting himself in a position where you fund his campaign, dole out money, and tomorrow you come and tell him, come, I need contracts, give me contracts, or something like that. It will put him in a very bad position. That's just the way I see it. He's
All right.
doing something the others are yet to catch on to.
All right, thank you. Let me also mention that yesterday, Moyele Shore was on Channels TV, and he said that what Obi is doing is what he did in 2019. So it's not a new thing, which in a way, I think going around the world and talking to Nigerians abroad, Shore did that in 2019. All right, Jude, welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. And the
Yeah.
panel. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all our listeners around the world.
So, Jude, did you go to COB in LA, in Beverly Hills?
Fortunately, I live about 300 and something miles away, so I couldn't drive down. No, they got a plane to fly down. But it was, I heard it was, I watched the video. I think it was a successful outing. It was very encouraging. At least a lot of people, from what I saw, came and, yeah, it was a fruitful event. Sensitizing Nigerians abroad about, what is going in to do and what is about, what his candidature is about. And many, many people whom he spoke with are in total support of his mission and enthusiastic about his campaign. And also, I was so excited also when he was with Adiola. The interview that he was asked, when he was asked about those in diaspora being able to vote. So his comment that this will be the last time the diaspora will not have to vote. I think that was very refreshing and encouraging. So that after this particular election, if Nigeria still remain, those in diaspora will be able to cast their votes, because we are part of the pillars that holds Nigeria economically. So I don't know why there shouldn't be any reason why also we should not be able to contribute to the political going on in Nigeria. So I think it's a very welcome development, and yeah, I thank God for the grace upon him. He's been, doing very well. No matter what you do, up until now, nobody has ever questioned all this question that is flying here and there about P2P. Nobody has ever questioned all the thieves that have been presenting themselves as leaders in Nigeria. But anyway, it's good that we are now waking up to begin to hold leaders accountable and to ask critical questions and demand, accountability from our leaders. I think it's a good development, and thank God that he's presenting us that opportunity and making it also reachable.
All right, thank you, Jude. I'll come to you. I know that you met Peter Obi in Atlanta, but let me go to Alexi. There's a question that Reno Mockery and some other people are raising. They said that people like you, Alexi, who used to have Biafran flag and Nnamdi's flag, you don't have it anymore. I looked behind you. I don't see the Biafran flag, but you didn't put Obi's flag. Do you think that people are moving from the supporting Biafra to to I can't hear you, Alexi. We can't hear you. To because of Obi moving away back, yeah.
I had packaged that framework of Biafran flag, and I was trying to give it to someone who would make a better use of it where they are. But if you want it, I can bring it right here now.
No,
Because I'm in a different room from where I was when you
No.
used to see it.
No, it's
So
not
that,
me. I wanted you to answer them. People. Who,
okay, no, there are many people who are thinking will not change their minds because there are things you all are hearing that we are not hearing. I listen to Araba TV, for example. Araba TV is totally in Yoruba language, no one word of English. And I trust those guys. What they are saying makes a lot of sense to me, and I am in support of their direction. We may not even have this election we are talking about now, but we pray there will be one peacefully and everything. And even after the election, what we are going to get, we don't know yet. I'm just wishing for peace for everyone. I will not change because I know exactly what is best for all of us, not even for where I belong. But that identity is very much part of me. It was given by God, and I retain it. And so are other groups. And it will happen.
Okay.
Just it's a matter of time. You will see what will unfold in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Alexi. Can I welcome to the show?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, everyone.
I understand that you were in Atlanta and you saw Ovie. Ovie looked like a superstar when you saw him.
Yeah, I saw Ovie. I was like, I know this face. So I had to stop him. I was like, oh man, I know you. So we actually went in and
did you pay?
Yes, I did. I actually I had to make plans for that. I'm one person that if I'm rooting for you, if I'm supporting you, I support you with all my heart. I go all the way. So I actually had to make arrangements, family and all that, so that I'll be able to attend. The program was supposed to start by 8 p.m. And I was there just a few minutes before 8 p.m. And when I got there, the parking lot was filled already. I couldn't even find a space to park. I had to park by, on the roadside. Police were there, and people were hanging out outside. So when it was 8 p.m., I expected that we should be going in, but still nothing was actually, moving. So I tried to inquire what was going on. And it happens that the arrangement, they were trying to settle some things with the policemen. The county has to be aware. They have to make plans to make sure that there is adequate security. I would like to correct the impression that Peter Obi came late. No, Peter Obi did not come late. Peter Obi was there by 8 p.m. Just that he cannot be speaking to himself. So you have to have the people in, everybody seated before he comes out, right? So that was what happened. And Ovie, we were sitting very, next to each other. So we interact as a concourse. So Ovie actually admitted that he's now obedient, So I don't know why I'm still seeing Ponkoso up there.
Yeah, I was even surprised the way he's
I was surprised seeing Ponkoso, because when he like screamed that he's obedient, people were like jubilating. They were happy for him because a lot of faces know him. They could recognize him. So I listened to Obi. I saw somebody like Valentine Ozubo, the PDP governorship candidate. He was there with him. I like Valentine, so I saw Patrick Otomi, professor. He was there. So Peter Obi, I listened to him, and that wasn't the first time I come close to Peter Obi. When he was the governor, I've heard him speak. Like I said in last week, Peter Obi was the only politician that I've even casted vote for in Nigeria. Just to tell you how I just like and admire the man. Just like Mr. Ben Erushalu stated, Peter Obi is one person that will tell you he was going to do this and he's going to do that. People will see him as a gentle, quiet kind of person, but he's very stubborn. When he says, I'm going to do this, he's going to do it. And that is what I like. I personally like in him. So most of the things he said are the things that I've heard him saying in other outings, but I just wanted to, see the body language and all that, and I confirmed that he's the man to go. I actually love his punchlines. He's kind of funny and he's a comedian actually. So I'll put it that way. Now, I will have a question for our sister, Barrister Eileen.
No,
Mbappe, right?
she's out now. She's not here.
Yeah, I just hope that she will come back and go through this. She was in she's in NNPP. According to her, she was strategizing. Now that the strategy did not work, is it not better for her to port back to LP? Going by the fact that NNPP has reached the end of the road. I don't think NNPP is seeing the light of the day. So I think the best strategy for her right now is to port back to Labour Party, just the way the PDP governorship candidate, who actually was the second in the ballot, did. So I think it will pay her more to go to Labour Party. And then again, you just asked Mr. Alexa about IPOB people, supporting Peter Obi. I'm actually one of the IPOB people, So, but IPOB didn't just start because they want to separate from Nigeria. There were issues. There were underlying problems that made IPOB wants to separate from Nigeria. And now that we are seeing somebody that is likely going to provide solutions to those problems, personally, I don't think there will be need leaving Nigeria if Nigeria is fixed, if Nigeria is made to work for everyone. So otherwise, I'm going back to IPOB again. So talking about the sponsorship, the ticket and all that, hey, some of us here that are sugar daddies, we spend $10,000, $20,000 on our sugar babies. We don't complain. So if you are supporting Peter Obi, why can't you support him with all your heart? You don't expect Peter Obi to sponsor his trips, pay for your horse, the facilities that that he's going to use to address you guys. I think it will be balanced that you support him with everything that you have, that you can't support him with. I don't have $5,000 to buy a table. I don't have $500 to spend for a table, but at least I can afford $250, right? So I don't think it's a big deal for me to support him with that. Nothing is free in America. Nothing is free. The other day, I wanted to buy manure to put in my corn. I have small garden at the backyard here. I went to buy fertilizer. I actually searched for fertilizer. I went to Home Depot to buy fertilizer, and the fertilizer happens to be like this feces from poultry. The one here. They package it. See how they package it, and very small $10. I was like, these are the things that we throw away in Nigeria. So nothing is free in this country. Even that hull that they use. Personally, yes, the hull is small. I don't think it fits everybody because you could see some standing. The capacity, just like Ovia said, will be about 500. So it didn't fit in everybody. But at least they are trying to save up money. This is my understanding. They are trying to save up money for the campaign. The campaign has not started. The campaign will be funded. Some of you here, we are the ones saying that Peter Obi does not have the money, does not have structure. Now he's trying to raise money. And then you are coming back to admonish him for trying to raise money. He didn't force anybody. It's a free will donation. I may put it that way. So nothing is free. Even that hall, I don't know. I'm not sure if they paid for it. But the one they did in DC, I think they used a school, in a school auditorium, which is good. I wish they could find one here, but I don't think the school will release their auditorium for free as well. You have to pay for that. The economy is not that rosy, even in America. There is a recession, going around everywhere. It affects a lot of people here too. So maybe most of us were not able to pay $10,000 or $5,000 or $1,000 for the ticket, and that is why they have to go by what they could afford, which is that church auditorium.
Right.
So I don't think anybody should be condemning them for doing that. They tried. At least they shared food. Ovie, I think you missed the food. They shared a package, fried rice, fried chicken, correct meat pie.
Can I hold on? Can I hold on?
Yeah.
Ovie missed food.
Yeah, he left earlier. I think Ovie left around after 11 or to 12. Yeah. So he left earlier. They shared food. They shared drinks. They shared wine.
That
They
was
shared.
the moment that he would have joined the obedient movement. If he had received that food.
Exactly. Exactly. And one thing I like about Peter Obi was his humbleness. Seriously, I've never seen a politician like this guy. He had to go from seat to seat to take selfie with each and every participant there.
All right.
So
all right.
the guy is strong, man.
Can I hold on? Paul, what do you want to say? Paul has something to say.
Well, doctor, you see the same. It's just like when you tell lie, and for you to defend the lie, you have to tell 10 more lies to defend one, and you just tell another 10 new lies. That's the problem. So you see, oftentimes the way we in Nigeria do things, we don't want to change from the way we do things, but we want things to change. If we want to borrow the American democracy, I've been to so many campaigns. Like I live in a swing state right now, I'll say. So you see Trump come Arizona every other time. You see the Democrat, they also come here. And when you go to campaigns like that, rallies, whatever, things like that, you don't pay money, you don't do things. But I stand to be corrected. Everybody there that have passion for their candidate, they must have contributed online. You understand? You don't raise money. You understand? We have a hall. We have a big hall. We have an event place. Why taking money? Money that they take that you and I can tell ourselves the truth. They can never and never give proper account of it. And that is the problem what Africa and Nigeria is going through. No accountability. Doctor, if you could remember very well, DG of Nigerian Stock Exchange, 2008, Undi Okereke, she was there before 2008. She was the DG of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. They tried to raise money for Obama when Obama was campaigning. That was around 2007. You understand? The Obama campaign group, stop it immediately. No, we don't take funds like that. They stop it immediately. If you are working in a company at that top, you have what they call confidential secretary to keep your own record apart from the company's record. They are raising all this money that they will not give account. Who will bear the cut? Is it not Obi? Funds that they are raising that will never go to him. Why are they raising all those funds? To do what? Just to get an all? You understand? If I want to arrange now to bring Obi here, I know people that I will talk to. You understand? Here and there, we'll raise it $1,700. We can get it all for Obi to come speak. And people will come there for free. Come on, we are in the United States of America. If we want to say that we're in the United States of America, do you want to go to an event? Doctor, we all go to an event in US here. We don't eat food. You understand? Sometimes when we go to an event in America, we pay a particular person that will know how to cook very well to bring our own special food, because we know we don't want to go eat event food that may not be the best. So raising all this money because of this, they share you meat pie, they share you that for a $250. I stand to be corrected. Why I stand to be corrected, I will say it and say it again. It is the Nigerian way we are doing it, and we want change. This is not how you get change.
Dr. Damages, let me respond to Paul because I think he responded to what I said. Let me respond to Paul. Just a quick one. Let me respond to Paul, right?
Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, Mr. Paul, I understand what you're trying to say, but this is it. I don't think the organizers went overboard, and I don't think the organizers did anything wrong. This is it. There was a Peter Obi visited Canada, I think Toronto, right? Yeah. I was watching the ticket a few days before the town hall meeting. the price of the ticket was reduced to $30, 30 Canadian dollars, right? Just as the one he did in North Carolina. North Carolina was brought down to $0, and which tells me that it wasn't just about the money. They need people to attend. North Carolina was brought down to $0. Ovia is here. Oh, hold on, I'm coming. Ovia is here. Ovia is here. Ovia did not pay a dime to attend. A lot of people came there, they did not pay. So for people that willingly paid for the ticket, these are the people I think I'm making this expression based on my own thought process. I think that they willingly donated this money to Peter Obi. And when I was paying for the ticket, that was what I told myself. I'm giving this money to Peter Obi. Whether the organizers are the one eating the money or they are actually putting it in the campaign purse, that is up to them. But I'm not here to accuse anybody. Yes, we attend event in the US. If I want to attend event, I cook, I pack. In short, if I come to your event, Seth, you ask me what is my problem, because I will provide food for everybody, Seth. But this is it.
Okay.
We fund event in this country. We fund event.
Okay, hold on, guys.
If we are to put system in place and we want this money to go to Obi, I believe the money is supposed to go to the central portal.
Actually, I'm looking for the central order. Please, and I thank God, Mr. Ezoke is here. Please, even if it's $1 that I have, I want to actually put it in that central purse for P2B. Anything that I can use to sponsor P2B, I will do that.
Can I hold on? Paul, hold on. Okay, everybody, hold on. I have Mazes. Okay, Mazes. Okay, is well informed about what's going on with the Obi campaign and the network, support network. So, Mazes, okay, welcome to the show.
Welcome everyone. Good day, sis. Good days.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know how much you've followed the conversation here. We've been looking at impressions of people about the visit to America and Europe. And I know you're in England and you've been following the visit. So do you have anything you want to say before we talk about, they can ask you questions about the money and other things that seem to be, go ahead.
I don't think I'm in a position to answer questions regarding money, because I don't I don't get involved. I think everything and anything you have worked for can be destroyed when allegations of misappropriation or before they accuse you of anything. So I normally want to do my work pro bono without getting involved in financial issues. So I may disappoint some of you. I may not be in a position to talk about money, because why? One thing many people don't know is the visit done by Peter Obi is nothing but private visits, and that must be re-emphasized. The visit done by Peter Obi now is private visits. His visit to Germany was a private visit. His visit to that he had in England before Germany was private. His visit to Rome was also private. The visits that you see in America are all private visits organized by Nigerians who, for somehow, had contact with him, just invited him. He just came. Now, the campaign hasn't started. That, distinction must be made. Now, there may be another round of visits, but that time it will now become official, organized by either Labour Party or the campaign council. Whatever he's doing now before the 29th of September are private visits that people. If Mazes Oke had the money and I'm able to pay his flight, I could actually tell him, I want you to come to Festac, because why? I have 2 or 3 people here. Let's sit down and eat. And he wouldn't, if he's free, he wouldn't say no. Because if some certain things are done, and he will come. And if you ever met him, it's kind of infectious, because he comes, people want to come. You know, you say he's around, people want to come, and that's the way I look at it. And my perception about the visit so far, I think, has been really, really an eye opener. And if Nigerians would want to, I think, or rather, he has opened up a new trajectory that we must begin to look for those who will put themselves forward to govern us. I'm not saying those that will rule us, those that will govern us. Here is a man that I think I said this with the, what's it called, the Common Sense Sisters. Here is a man who goes into restaurant. There are videos that people have been watching now. I think I don't know the name of the restaurant in DC yesterday, where Flavor and Fino walked in.
Yeah, we have that video. Keep I will share it later.
Yeah. So that video, Rudolph.
Yeah.
If you have to share that video, please may I ask you to mute the video, please? You know,
okay.
I ask you to mute the video. Okay. So now, for that video, it represents what has been happening. In Italy, people sat down in a restaurant owned by a man from, I think, Umuchu in Agwata, Anambra State. And, you know, sat down for a table. Suddenly, he went into the toilet to use the lavatory. And when he came out, there were these ladies who didn't know that he was in there. And when they saw him coming out, listen, I was backing. When they shouted, I thought maybe someone has been shot in that restaurant, because the noise that, you know, the kind of high-pitched noise. And it can only happen with someone you have so much tremendous respect and love, and you haven't met him. I do not know any of us here who will say, and they would shout, you know. Even our good brother, the Kwankwasia, I don't know if he sees his principal just pull up now in his bedroom, if he will make that noise.
Obie.
I didn't hear what. It's not clear. Can you speak louder?
No, don't worry. Don't worry. It's not clear because you're using Kwankwasia phone. That's why you cannot hear me. I am using obedient phone.
All right.
Rudolph, let me say something, please. I think there's a lot of other misconception, misunderstanding about this Obi visit. If there's one thing I'll forever take with me there is just what Ekene said. When Ekene first approached me and he recognized me immediately, there are other one or two people that recognize me, but that's not just it. The spirit and the love they express, just meeting each other, that's Nigerian. That was priceless. He went further to tell me, say, come, I know you very well. I know your village. I've been doing business in your village. I was like, really? And I'm saying this because they didn't know me as a staunch critic of the Obi movement, the Biafran space, and all that. But even after he found out that I did not pay, I didn't know that they are paying, I did not come with money and all that. He again go into that spirit of Nigeria. He was smuggling me in. I was like, so now that I said that it's an Apple member, I was like, really? But what you showed there is what Nigerian shoe actually is. And again, that lead me to saying that I don't see why we are criticizing Obi raising money. Whether they don't like it or not, the whole purpose of this talk is to respond. It is not about creating awareness. It is about creating awareness. They will have easy to go with the logic of Paul. As I said, now we day. I don't see no reason why they would do on there. But at the end of as the program progresses, I think I share with the game because we sit side by side. I said they could have more people in this space if they take it to another venue or another place. Or he was trying to convince me about the reason why they do that. I said, come, this is about money. I just not wrong with that. If you put even 1 million, just as a Kenyan say, if you can afford it, go for it. So I don't see anything why we should be criticizing the Obi. And again,
okay, Obi, hold on.
Obi, the mistake you're making is, I just addressed that and you're still repeating the same mistake here. The mistake you're making is, it was a private visit. If Mazezoke could, or me and my group could only afford a room of 100, because at this point, bear in mind, at this point, nobody knew that this is going to be this large. So they were only doing things within their reach. Now, if he's going to come, I'll give you an example. People in England, for instance, are thinking of, if he's going to come, to go and hire O2. O2 is over 30,000, 35,000 pounds. It's just like where Davido perform, because they say, okay, we want 5,000, 10,000 people. But before now, where people say, okay, I have a cafe, and my cafe can only take 30 people. I want you to go. I can't go in there and say, oh, this cafe is only 30 people. No, that is what the individual or the group that was organizing it felt they could afford without bothering anybody. And they went ahead and did that. I want us to remember one thing. This is not campaign. This visit was a private visit. It has nothing to do with campaign. When it comes to campaign will come. And then it's only when, campaign knowing, there are a number of people here, X, Y, Z, and they go and get a small hall. Then you tell them, oh, this campaign council, you guys are not doing right. You know this. But if Ovie now is saying, Mazezoka, if you're in New York, I want to see you. I can't come into your house and say, Ovie, why do you have only 2 seats? Is in my house? It's your house.
Mazi, it's a private meeting, but money is involved. You can't roll that one away. And I'm not saying the money should not be involved, but don't claim that there's no money involved. Money is involved. People paid money. The money were asked. And there's nothing wrong with that. So if one kind of
all right, hold on. Let's hear Alaro.
Accountability. And it's not good for Obi. That's what I'm saying. You understand? Because without accountability, they are abusing it. They are using Obi. You understand? They are abusing it, and it's not good. You might say you don't care. They're abusing it. It's not good. And this is structure. You understand? And this is Obi's structure. We have to use it very well. Look, the campaign will come. People will use it against him. That is how politics roll. Let's be factual. You understand? If you like it, say you can afford it. If you can afford 250, there are many people that cannot afford 250. If Obi is coming to a public place, even if it's a private gathering, for us to go see him, open the door for everybody. If people want to go meet him for private, there are private teams. But when you push out publicity that this person is coming to my city, then you put money and you put classes of amount. You don't say, I can still come there for free, because Ovie can go there and also abuse himself and not go in.
Let me chip in this thing a little bit, please. Just to re-emphasize on what Mazi Ezoke said.
Okay.
Mr. Paul, right? The truth is this. I just like Mr. Ezoke stated, I see Ovi's visit as a Nigerian coming to visit his brothers. Now, his brothers and sisters, now that he come to our house, we have to offer him seat. We have to offer him cola. Somebody will not come to your house and you just allow the person to stay outside. You have to bring the person in. So we afforded him what we could afford. We afforded him that small hall where we have, our small gathering to have discussion. And this is one thing I learned, and I think that is what we should be talking about. Issues, what he is trying to pass across. For example, he stated that, though I've made that a little investigation a few days ago before he came, I was investigating on Tinubu's children, for example. And I found out that a little girl of 20 years, 21 years, 2 of them, actually, one bought a house worth about $2 million in Manhattan, New York. And the other one bought a house worth about $3-something million. And I asked, have they ever worked? No. Do they have a job? No. And they are students. So Peter Obi in that garden, he told us that, hey, see, if you see this kind of a thing, especially from the politicians. Why would you then go and celebrate with them, knowing that they are stealing your money from home? Shout, call the police, have them indicted, because they are stealing, they are criminals. So this, I don't know why we should be talking about if we paid money or we don't pay money. No, nobody. I didn't pay money, like I told you. I wasn't paying money. I was just offering cola to my brother that visited me from Nigeria. See, and there must be organizers, because I don't have time to organize. Some people devoted their time to make sure that the event, was successful. They leave their job, leave their family to, make sure that the hall is conducive for everybody. So I don't know why we should be talking about this instead of talking about the real issue, which is the criminality happening in Nigeria and how to fix it.
Thank you, Ekene. Alaro, that's the last on this topic, because we had a lot of. Go ahead, Alaro.
Okay, thank you very much. So like I said from the beginning, I told you guys, this is not a campaign. That was the first thing I started with. And don't make that mistake. If we're saying we're campaigning, then the agenda will be different. This is what we are doing. This is, okay, fundraising time, let's raise funds. I told you guys, I was there. Oga Mazi knows me as my real name, not Alaro. We were there together in Germany. Now, me with my eyes, I never see somebody say, here's the funds. Mr. Obi, take. We did not raise anything. I know what it cost to organize that in Germany. Mr. Paul is talking about they should organize it for free. He's in a state, he's in Arizona. Let him organize it, take his time. Ask people to give their time. This man is going around with an agenda of what he wants to do for this country. How many of us are willing to take 1 hour of our time from what we usually do to sacrifice for this country? Because we have to start questioning ourselves about future. Yeah, I'm being honest. It's easy to condemn. What have you, every single person, what are you willing to contribute? We're not talking about money. First, let's talk about your time.
All right, thank you. Maz, okay, you have anything else to say?
No, like I said, I think on this issue, because it appears everyone is talking about, now see, you don't hammer. Is it? I'm talking about money, and someone is giving us a super chat.
Okay.
Media, thank you very much for that. You are in the spirit, because it's time to pay tithe, and he's paying his. I use the opportunity to call others who haven't paid tithes to please.
Someone actually said that. So someone said, why are you people talking about having issues with Peter Obi collecting money? That Dr. Damages is begging for money. I've seen so many comments that are very, very interesting.
I think I use the opportunity to say to everyone, if you haven't subscribed to Dr. Damage's platform and you're watching us, please, by all means, do. At least, if not for anything, use our faces too, and because this is our real face, we know they hide.
Yes.
So finally, I think the issue of money. I don't know, maybe because I speak from a vintage point, that when people really spend their time and their energy, these things aren't easy for people to do. And I do appreciate anyone, many people, because again, I repeat, all these visits you see, be it Rome, even in Rome, Nigerians in Rome, while that was a private visit, to see the creation of Cardinal Peter Obi, even the people in Rome, I have that one on video. They were angry because even when they came out with music in front of Vatican, St. Paul Basilica, to when he was about walking out, and he said, no, this is not, don't play the music, don't. And now, some of them from the southeast already have their Eba and the Ekwa and the Oyo, and they say, how can we have suffered because we heard just a couple of hours ago that you're coming, and we brought out this to come and say thank you to you. And he told them, no, this is not campaign and this is not needed. I felt sorry for many of them because haven't really taken the pain to do that. And that is how it is. So, when people, I think it's also too early, to be honest with you guys. I think it's too early to be talking about money, this, money, the other one. Come on, do the one you can. If you cannot do anyone, at least allow those that are doing something to do something. You mustn't support him. The one person you want to support, go and raise money for him. In fact, your candidate, go and hire hall, invite Nigerians. They will come, maybe, if they have time. But for those who have done this, I tell them they have done noble, really done noble. Because when you see people sit down for hours listening to a man who hasn't paid them money, people, someone the other time, they said someone flew from, they say it's Boston. It's about 5 hours drive and came in just to ask questions. I said, I don't know other candidates that you will hear, even if they come to my street, in the same street, even if opposite my house. I don't know any other candidate that in this election that would actually, compel people to come out and go listen to them, talk less of spending their own money, buying diesel or fuel with the current price, energy crisis that we find ourselves in. It takes a man that has that love of the people. And before I conclude, you see that love. You see what happened to Adiola? Adiola had the misfortune of allowing her daughter to feel the love of Peter. And when it was time for interview, they wanted to depart the child from Peter. And the child started crying. See, even little children know what it means. The love that will heal the wound of a nation. And when I hear other people say, you have agitators also, and that will be my last point, sorry, on this segment, that agitators are now are becoming obedient. I say, wow. If not that sometimes we appear to be reasoning from the behind, shouldn't that be a plus? That if someone is contesting and they say, oh, because this man is likely to address our problem, and Boko Haram will now tell us, no, okay, we no longer kill Nigeria and kidnap Nigerians, that because this person is going to contest, and if he wins, that the reason that made us to go into criminality in the Northeast or in the Northwest, that that individual will have faith that that individual will address us or will address the issue. Isn't that a plus? Isn't that a person that people should pick interest in, that underlining factor that will make people who ab initio had given up on Nigeria? And there is something that happened in Germany, and I believe it happened in everywhere. 3 people at least confirmed to me, for the first time, when Nigerian national anthem was being sung, that they never felt the anointing that they felt singing the Nigerian anthem. And when many people, they said they looked up in the stage and saw him put his hand on his chest, sing that anthem, sung, shed tears. That is rebuilding a nation. The emotional intelligence it takes to rebuild a nation means, yes, people have the right to say we no longer want to be part of this nation. But again, in love, you can always go back and compel and convince the individuals that, yes, I know we have messed up for a very long time, but isn't it time that we come back as brothers and sisters to rebuild this nation? I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we have to take a break. But I would like those that just joined us, you can stay by and remain here, and maybe we can leave room for new people. I really want to hear the experiences of people who met Obi. Some people say we should discuss issues. We've been discussing issues for the last 6 months, and we'll get to that. We need to also hear their impression, because that, I think, is an important part of it. And also, I want to mention that tomorrow Obi will be in New York at the Columbia, somewhere in the city. I'll find the exact place, and it's free. So it's not everywhere that people charge money. In New York, we don't give shishi and we don't pay shishi. So
If you don't mind, Martin said something. Martin said something about national item. And I think, again, me and Ekene, as we are sitting side by side, the first national item was that of America.
Yeah.
And I think for a minute, Ekene was asking, what is going on? I said, well, an American story for this. But when they decide to sing the Nigerian national anthem, come on, the ovation was loudest. So Forget all this Nigeria now for this. The love for Nigeria is not, can't compare it to anything among Nigerians anywhere. When the Nigerian national anthem speak of the whole crowd, everybody, even though you don't know how they murmur, they follow up. And I see that in that movement, in that will be president. And to me, there's nothing more, visible there than the Nigerianness in every one of us, regardless of how everybody the best reach. When it comes to be Nigerian, we know they take and play. So again, that's one positive note about that is being going around. There's a few things that one can pick up about the love for the country itself, regardless of who it is.
Yeah, talking about love, right?
Oh, now
talking about love. When a Christian was asked to pray before the start of the event, right? Christian prayed and everybody lauded amen. And a Muslim prayed in Arabic. I understand Arabic a little bit, little. He prayed in Arabic and prayed just the way the Muslims, the Islams prayed. And everybody lauded amen. What else can you be saying other than seeing it visibly that everybody is in that mood of uplifting Nigeria? So let's talk about this man that is trying to help us. Let's just stop criticizing him. Among these three candidates now, or three known candidates, please, is Obi not standing out? Can we just support this man and forget about every other sentiment that we have? That's what I'm saying.
All right, Kenneth, thank you. Alexi, what do you want to say? You have to unmute yourself, Alexi.
We'd like to be sentimental, and that has not helped us that much. There's nothing wrong with Obi and his plans and his dreams for Nigeria. In fact, it's the best thing that can happen to Nigeria. But which Nigeria are we talking about? Is it the one that has external invaders, that have all these terrorists all locked in between us, that we don't even know what they are going to do tomorrow? The ones that have plans with both internal and external forces? You guys must be joking. I will tell you this. There is more than what Obi can do that is facing us now. Whether it's good, it's a question of to be or not to be. That is the first thing about the election. And even after the election, what are we going to do about the problems that beset us to the point where we are? If you think, oh no, don't talk about that, Obi will take care of it. I would bet you, as we are talking, we are yet to see the nitty-gritty of the problem our nation got himself into under this Buhari's government. There are things lurking around us that we are playing ostrich. We have a problem. He is trying to come in and do better than what brought about these problems. But we are all trying to sentimentalize it, say, oh no, we got to give it a chance. Nobody's trying to stop Obi from being the president of Nigeria, not even those who are asking to opt out. They are trying to opt out because there is danger ahead and they have foreseen it, unlike what people are seeing.
There is one thing, please, just one
sentimentality.
Moment.
What's going on?
There is something people don't understand. When Buhari was contesting, I knew very well that Buhari would win. I knew that APC was going to win because if you go to the streets of Abuja then, and even in Lagos, Buhari's picture was being sold. The way Christians buy a picture of Jesus Christ, people were buying Buhari's picture. Now, print Obi's picture, print all the presidential aspirants' pictures, and go to the market to sell it, and see the one who will sell fast. I'm telling you the truth.
So what
print
does that
all
mean?
their pictures.
Richard, what does that mean?
Yes. When you print their pictures now, and to tell you that the people have accepted this person, they have accepted Obi, go to the streets, print Obi's picture, you will sell it.
Okay.
You will sell it. Print other presidential aspirants' pictures and go to the streets.
Richard, I thought you were
And
going
you will
to
see
say,
it.
Richard, I thought you were going to say that we've seen this before, that Buhari was popular and then nothing happened. I thought you were moving the argument towards that direction, but
No.
okay, all right, thank you.
Doctor,
So
let me just summarize so that I can leave for others. I may come back later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Doctor, what Richard is saying about Obi is the lesser devil right now. Obi is the best thing that can happen in this
That
country.
is it.
We can rule
That
that
is it.
out. But guess what? It is for those of us that understand it that is saying it. It is not for those that don't understand it. I have siblings I will raise with one mother, one father. You understand that I talk to them every day. They say my vote will waste. Why I want vote to be? These are people who live in Delta. These are not people who live in Sokoto. You understand? So it takes me time to convince them, and I'm still convincing them. In fact, I'm even threatening them, like money expert and the likes. Let me make you understand something. Let me use American politics for you to understand the way politics work. You don't expect Joe Biden, the president of America, to spend his time to campaign in California, in New York. You know why? It's a completely strong blue state. He knows he's going to win. So he don't spend time. He spend time on swing states that this year Democrat will win, next time Republican will win. You spend time there to get these people, to convince these people to vote. And you spend more time, a little bit more, in red state. Deep red state, you don't even spend much time there because Republican will definitely win. That is how politics work. You understand? So when you are talking about Obi, the way you find this passion, like what Femi is saying, if you are campaigning about Obi in churches and every other thing, good percentage of us, let's tell ourselves the truth, the Christians will vote Obi. You understand? Spend more time. I'm expecting Obi to get the too many jalamias to be going to Mecca now. I'm expecting Obi dress attires to be changing. You see Amechi, when Amechi was thinking of contesting for president, Amechi changed completely, started dressing like Igbo man. This is somebody I've been saying for many times, many years ago, that is not an Igbo man.
Charity begins at home. Charity begins at home. Charity begins at home.
Richard, let him speak.
He start dressing completely like an Igbo man. So this is what I'm saying. So talking about Obi and his campaign, Obi is doing very, very, very great. But at the same time, accountability, I don't want people to abuse him, because guess what? They will still use it for campaign. Obi knows it's not going anywhere. Just want to make money. They'll start calculating how much he make in North Carolina, Dallas, this, that. If Obi is coming to Arizona, like I said, it is for me to bring Obi to Arizona should be my greatest work. But for me to host Obi in Arizona, I don't think it will cost me money, because I know I have the people that will bring the money. We'll get an all. To put Obi, we don't need to tell people to pay, so that everybody will come.
Okay,
Amechi is an Igbo man.
Can I hold on?
No, Amechi is saying he's not an Igbo man for many years, but when you want to campaign for president, start dressing like Igbo man.
Okay.
Amechi himself. I'm not saying.
I have a message for Mr. Alex. I have a message for Mr. Alex.
No.
This Nigeria you're talking about.
There's no Mr. Alex here.
No. Let me just respond in a very short sentence.
No. Everybody, hold on. Ben, okay. Ben.
Yes, I want to say something quickly. From the last speaker, yes, the campaign hasn't started. And there are grassroots being organized currently. I happen to belong to a number of some of the northern groups. They are now organizing themselves, getting ready from September 29, when the election officially starts. So you're going to see a lot of Obi campaign in the north. It's coming. I do understand that right now it's mostly southern states, but believe me, it's going to get there. All we have to do is ask ourselves, we know the condition of Nigeria today. Do we want to live the way it is for another 16 years? No. People are ready for change, and the change starts with all of us. Everybody has to do their part. Obi will not rule, if he wins, Nigeria alone. he will need all hands on the deck, north, south, east, west. So our vision should be to put that country first and restructure that country for the benefit of everyone. So as far as the issue of the thing here, I think it's a personal visit. I didn't go to any, but from what I heard, it's a personal visit. Those that organize it raise money for the dinner sections. I don't know what the money is for or where it's going, but nobody was forced to donate anything. I don't even think Obi himself know how the events were organized personally. If you ask him now, he probably doesn't know. All he did is show up, see people. He doesn't have the background of how it was done. So those that were involved, it's up to them to do good with the money if they collected some money after expenses. Maybe by the end of the day, they'll probably, once the campaign kicks off, they will donate it to the campaign. I don't know what their plans are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ben. We have to move a little bit in some direction, but let me come to you in the media. Maz is okay. I'm interested in conversations going on social media about Obi's campaign. There were, what do you call it now? People saying that it's only online and certain things will happen, and people will now say, okay, it's not online, it's actually on the ground. People moving the goalpost. Some people are saying, like we had here today, that he has to campaign in the north. I saw a video of the vice presidential candidate of Labour campaigning in the north. It appears as if when he crosses one line, there's a new. What do you think about that? Because we had that. Now people are talking about even if he wins, he's not going to be able to govern. I didn't know that we've got to the point of him winning. But what do you think when you hear those kind of arguments that are being presented out there?
When they say, in this belief, there are stages people go through. It starts with saying, oh, it's not possible. Oh, it's not this, it's not. Because there was a time they say, no, it's not possible. He's not going to get any votes in the PDP. And when the idea came, oh, we can go to another party, say, which party? There is no party. There is no party with structure. And the people came together. The young Nigerians, I must say, came together and said, we are your structure, and embraced him. They say, young Nigerians, they are only on Twitter space. They can only host Twitter space. They can only talk on Facebook. Suddenly, there was a 1 million man march around June. People say, how do you calculate it? Is it up to 1 million? Is it? And they now saw the bomb in Port Harcourt, followed by Onitsha. Today, as we speak now, people are just dispersing in Ibadan. It's no longer about if. People are now talking about when. So the thing is, there is one thing that Peter says, and they refer to him in these. People say, how do you come?
Sorry, if you're not speaking, please, can you mute yourself? I try to mute everybody, but some people unmute themselves.
There is something that Peter Obi normally says. He says, yes, everybody is, there is these, everybody talks about what they do, but go ahead, remain focused, don't. That's why you see him, he doesn't engage in any attack. You hear someone like somebody wakes up, Reno, writes one crap. Adeyanju or Shege, they wake up, they say something. He says, don't respond. Nobody responds to them. Have you noticed that people that respond to, like when Omotsai wrote the article obituary, there was no official response from him. It was only people who wrote rejoinders, not from him. Because when your mind is fixed on what your strategy is, he acts as the ego that is in a fight with snake or the python. The ego, understanding that the python could actually squeeze him on the ground, what does he do? Finds a way to take the python off the ground, in the air, the python loses control. And that's what is happening now. Now, would anybody here, those supporting Agbado and and other, you know what I mean, would they be able to now tell their principals that they want to host them in those countries of their residence and they want to see them and speak to them? Here you have a man, sometimes I say, it's not normal. At least I've lived it, I've witnessed it. This guy here sitting down was in Germany. 3 hours, 45 minutes. I stood up, not talking about the pre-event, recording, streaming the event live myself. When I went back to my hotel, I felt like soaking my foot in water. Yet, here is a man after the event, for another 2 hours, close to, he still stood there taking pictures with every single person. The next day, to Rome, he woke up before every one of us that went to bed before him. If you understand this, when people now say it's not possible, and he understands that in his mind, it's possible, and he's working to ensure that this reality, when he tells you that he does not want to fail those Nigerians, because a lot of Nigerians, if we tell ourselves the truth, a lot of Nigerians in the last 7 years lost faith in Nigeria. But here comes along a man who says, for those who now believe that a new Nigeria is possible, he would not want to disappoint them. And in not wanting to disappoint them, he will keep meeting the targets, because it's like in the bank, they employ you, they give you target. He keeps smashing the target. You raise the bar, he smashes it. In your own words, they say it's social media. The children, they so call them the children, are now showing them, okay, we are social media, forgetting that those millions that you see on social media, they're also human beings. They are not bots. So if these people who are on social media are saying, okay, that is, you people think is before now you put your ink at the back of your head and you'll be taking the ink from there and thumbprint it. Now, there is something called beavers. With the technology and what these younger ones are building, they will be able to stop you at your track. Why would he smash that? And that is happening. Any obstacle set will be, in my view, from the way things are happening, the campaign hasn't started though, and it is like this. When the campaign starts, we will now know those who are unable to stand up for 30 minutes to speak to those that they want to govern. We will now know. We will not know those that would be able to, answer impromptu questions, because you can imagine it takes questions of 5. It doesn't matter which question. Write it. It's not like it's controlled. No. Everybody, even while we were streaming it, people were asking questions from online, and those questions were passed, and he answered them in there. How many of others would we want and we would have to have questions from people watching like the way we are now discussing, without thinking that we are all beneath them to take our questions? Yet they want to govern us.
All right. Well, thank you, Mazi. I have some people who want to join. I have people from the Shore campaign. I have people from, so I want to give room. I want us to make room for those that just joined us. You can hang in. Those that have been here, you can come back. I want us to talk about Wiki. We can't end this show today. I would stay here till, even if it's 8 hours, until we talk about Wiki. But before then, I want to hear everybody as much as I can. Who want to join and talk about Peter Obi, especially those that met Peter Obi in America. And we give it another 20 minutes. So please, I love all of you up there, my friends, but if you can just give us room, let's get people to finish this Obi subject. Then we'll come back to Wiki. You can join us again. Ovi, go ahead.
Yeah, see you on Obi Space. And to those people out there who don't see anything good about Nigeria, who a fictitious of what the elite want us to say. That yesterday, na Fulani guy sponsor me going there. But na Igbo man and they receive me and give me the reception I never expect. For real, if not for Ekene, I would have been just, as soon as I got there around 7, it's supposed to be 9, and I see the place, this one at church. I got discouraged immediately. I go sit down for Starbucks Cafe. Come back again about 1 hour 30 minutes. That's when I met Ekene. Even him trying to smuggle me in, even though he know they rowdy like that, that reception alone just makes sure I keep me there. Say, okay, I must go in. That's an evil man. So I don't understand where this division is coming from. As I said, Fulani supported me because I was in downtown Atlanta, where the place is cross, which is about 45 minutes to an hour apart. It's going to cost me money, time, and everything. But somebody said, man, go. I did. And they can give me that reception. Who is that? Staunch evil man. So it's hard for anybody to tell me, oh, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, Nigeria is this. It's much more bigger than what we should be focusing on. You understand? Yes, people that don't believe in the Obi movement, the mandate, and all that. And Ekene knows that. He see me attack person that, oh, this guy don't like it. But I didn't even notice that when he saw me. He showed me that love, regardless of how big we come there. So I think, to me, I will forever, respect that space. So even though they call me, say, I'll be obedient, I will be obedient. So that's fine. It's all about the Benjamin. Money for grand, hand back for grand, as I will say.
Ovie, thank you. Alexi, go ahead.
I wanted to take the time out. Nobody has addressed the issues I raised about external forces. We seem to just stay as if the problem is limited internally. We have a big burden of external interest in Nigeria, and they are all standing, waiting for the moment that the whistle will be blown. Whether you believe it or not, time will tell who is saying what will happen or not. We don't want to carry those reports along with us, but some of us are busy getting those reports and researching to know where we are. To be or not to be the election. And if it happens, what happens after the election? I'll leave you with that and give chance to another person.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you can come back later for the ranting period, so you can rant, down the road. Yeah.
Sorry, before he leaves, may I respectfully, as I know that, may I respectfully respond to him?
Okay, go ahead.
Sir, Lexi, I feel your concern, and they are not out of place. Anyone telling you that there are no external forces trying to overrun Nigeria is not telling you the truth.
Okay.
Yes, of course they are. We are in a country where all of us, 2 months ago, certain forces went to the correctional center called the Kuje prison, broke into it. Over 600 inmates, according to their own figures, 600 inmates let loose. We have a certain people bumped a moving train. It appears it's something we read from the book, but it happened. Now, when we take back again, 600 people taken away from the prison yard. Please, someone should correct me if I'm wrong. How many people have we sacked since then?
Zero. Nobody.
He recalls and he brings to bear what Professor Chinua Achebe, a man I so much respect, wrote in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, published in 1984, says, nothing is wrong with Nigeria. However, everything stands and ends with leadership. So it's about the leadership. We have a very wonky leadership. No apologies. Because it is only if we move back to tell you that the leadership we have is as a aids what is happening. Many of us know that when the current president was sick and he was in London, the vice president was in charge. And that's where I started liking him as a person. He was in charge. And for the first time, the DSS invaded another arm of government. Within 24 hours, the head of DSS was removed. That is what I call leadership. Not fighting, not insulting anybody, but you take decisive action. However, a man from Bayelsa was made acting DG. And when the president came back, the rest is history. The man eventually left because he was forced out to go. My dear elder, when I say that everything starts and ends with leadership, it means we know where we are today. We know why things are happening the way they happen. Therefore, if you have a leadership that cares, if you have a leadership that has empathy, if you have a leadership that knows that if anything happens to you, that thing that's happened to you has also happened to myself. Decisions, and the right decisions be taken, we will get to. What we lack now is that we Nigerians have given up that you can no longer mobilize Nigerians. If you might want to mobilize Nigeria, they'll tell, who is mobilizing? Is it Yoruba? Is it Igbo or Hausa? The politicians have been able to divide those based on the religious and ethnic fault lines, which then aids in the inability of the Nigerian security apparatchik to deal with the external aggressors you so referred to. But from the things you have seen happening with the Obi movement and the way Nigerians, South, East, West, and North are coming together, for the first time in a long while, ignoring their ethnic and religious fault line means that with the right leadership in position, Nigerians will be mobilized to deal with external forces so referred. Because you look at it, there are stories in Benin, there are stories in Edo, and there are stories in Castina that in Ondo, that when certain people are captured, when a crime is committed, and they are taken to the police station, and the call will come from the above. Where is that above? Leadership. And those individuals will be let go. So when that is no longer the issue, when you have faith that you as a police officer, that if you get someone, because sometimes, listen, it makes me sick, to be honest with you guys, it makes me sick to think that someone would come from another African country, move into your own country, commit crime, and we're here discussing it. But it means that everything starts and ends with leadership. Sir, my last submission to you is, with the right leadership, that which you alluded to will be tackled head on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Maazis. Okay. I will now plead with people who have been with us for a while to give us a little room so that we get 2 or 3 more people in. And then when we come back to talk about Wike, they can join us again, okay? Just to hear the rest of the people on Peter Obi's visit to countries abroad. Let's listen to. All right, we're still going to get to Wike, and I'm excited more than Obi. But let's welcome to the show the 2 people or 3 people that just joined us. James, welcome to the show. Sadiq, welcome to the show.
Sadiq, you are muted.
Yeah, James.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, Omori, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Zatif, for having me. It's always a delight to be here.
Okay, and Dr. Walter, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. So if you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself? Sometimes I try to mute people and they have a setting that I cannot mute them. All right, James, you are in the Gambia, I believe.
Yes, that's
And
where I live.
and Obi is not there. I didn't come there. I wouldn't come there. But I hope you're watching. What is your impression of Obi's trip abroad?
I haven't got much to say because I did not watch it on television. I only read a few things about it on the newspaper. But my only little worry is that we are so eager for a change, and people are so eager. The situation must change. It must change. What I'm afraid of is what happened to us in the case of Buhari. While he was campaigning, we all supported him wholeheartedly. People were even ready to break up their marriages just because of Muhammadu Buhari. Now we've seen what, I mean, I mean, I don't know what to say about Buhari. Anyway, this my call bill, please let us wait till the electionary campaign will take off. We want to see his roadmap. I mean, what's it called? The roadmap, how he hoped to solve particular problems. He cannot handle all the problems. We want to know his priority areas. Is it security, education, electricity, water, or whatever it is? Now, we should sit him down and ask him thorough questions. I'm very used to the education sector. Let me use that as an example. How many students are there in Nigerian universities? Is it possible to run a free education program or not? If it's possible, how much will it cost? If it is not possible, how do you hope to, these are the kind of things we should ask him in order for us to know that he really has a grip of the system. For
Okay.
example,
James, thank you. I want us to narrow this down. I'm talking to, we have Ginger Media here. I've put in my application, begging them to get me Peter Obi on the show. When he comes, you can ask those questions, and I will consult you too with questions.
Okay.
So my
Yes.
request for an interview is with the Obi people, and they are watching, and I hope that they will say yes. Otherwise, we'll get somebody, an actor, to play Obi one day, and we ask him questions, so they know that we can do things. And we're just giving them room to bring the man himself to come on the show.
Rudy,
All right.
Rudy, don't worry, we will have a joint stuff very soon.
All right, thank you. Sadiq, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Remind me, Sadiq, I don't remember. Where are you joining us? South Africa?
No.
Where?
I'm in UK.
Where? Italy?
United Kingdom.
United Kingdom.
UK.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, UK. So what do you think about Obi's visits? Did you see him when he was in Europe?
Yeah, I actually didn't watch any of his videos, but I followed all his. I think he updated us on his Twitter handle.
Okay.
So I very much followed the tour on his Twitter handle. So the only thing I watched was his interview with Adeola. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what do you think?
some things caught my attention in the interview actually.
Okay.
Because if you even watch, there was this frustration, sorry to put it that way, from Adeola. She wanted specific direct answers on some questions she asked, but Obi kept this same pattern of campaign he has been going. Egypt, Venezuela, I think just keep calling countries. She wanted to know, this is Nigeria, how are you going to tackle our own problems specifically? So my advice to the Obi campaign team, I know some of them are here or they have people who has their ears here. There's a need for Obi to quickly have people on ground that are working on specific solutions to all the problems. Nigeria is not Anambra. Even if he performed 100% in Anambra State, Nigerian problems are large. You need people of technical competence in each area you intend to solve problems. You need people, security experts for security. You need economic experts. Thank God he has part to tell me for that one. I know economy is not going to be a problem. But you need people, you have agriculture. You say you want to turn Nigeria from consumer to produce. So you need people that are technically competent in all those areas to help you bring out strong policies that you can actually give Nigerians. We need Nigeria, because the kind of questions Adeola was asking, they are the questions that will definitely come up when the campaign starts. People want specific solutions. Yes, Obi is giving people hope. He's telling us that he's going to give us the needed leadership, which actually is what Nigeria is what we are failing in. But we actually need, who are the people he's going to work with? What are the specific solutions to those specific problems and questions that people are asking? So there's a need to quickly, if he hasn't set up those committees, I think he still has a month.
All right.
Or barely 3-4 months before the campaign starts fully.
All right.
So
Thank
this
you.
is just an advice to his people, because actually we need specific solutions, not just the general, I will do this, I will do that, or 200% electricity. Those are not specifics, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Jude, I can't come to you. We have people who have not yet said anything. You're raising your hand. So you have to hold on. Omori, welcome to the show. Omori, welcome to the show. Can you hear me? All right, Omori has a problem with his.
Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay. All right. Good. So, I forgot where you are. Where are you? Did you see Peter Obi in America? I know you are somewhere in America.
Yeah, I'm in Houston at the moment. I think it was actually about 10 minutes away from me, 10 minutes drive away from me.
Yeah.
That I wasn't available.
Was it because of the money that you didn't go?
No, not necessarily because of the money. Although I had my reservations about the money, it's not necessarily because of the money.
Okay.
For some reasons beyond my immediate control.
Okay, so what I know you've been following and you follow politics very well. What do you think about the visit? Were you impressed?
Yeah, what I could see from Germany to Italy, from Italy to Canada to Houston to Atlanta, wherever. All I could see is, people yearning for a change, people clamoring for a change, people looking for a way out of the status quo. We cannot continue like this, according to Shomuri and his slogan. This system is unsustainable. Somebody was talking about diaspora do not vote. In this political dispensation, in the current political Nigerian equation, underrate, undermine the diaspora influence at your own peril. Anybody could have made a mistake, not Ovie from Edo State. Ovie was privy to how instrumental the diaspora influence was in Edo. All the 99% of the politicians, the core politicians, the scavengers, the vampires, the criminals in Edo State were on one side.
Okay, hold on. Someone turn there. All right, go ahead. It's you, Dr. Walter. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Go ahead, Omori.
So, if anybody has to say diaspora do not vote, not even Ovie knows how much influence the diaspora have on the Nigerian election. All 90%, like I said before, 90% of the core politicians were on the side of Oshomole. But the adult diasporans took it upon themselves like, enough of this nonsense, enough of this godfatherism. The cost they made to their people at home, the money they sent, the contribution they made was what made Obasaki return for a second tenure. So anybody that is saying diaspora has no, voting, has no PVC, I think is trying to be economical with the truth. We have a huge influence on what will happen in the next election. If you even consider the economic situation in Nigeria right now, apart from, like I said the other day, diasporas are actually the people that are entitled to more than one vote because of their cycle of influence. So, from everywhere he has gone to, though I have my reservation about how he answers questions. See, originally, I will not hide support and my love for Shibure. But Shibure wanted a change. He came by saying he was coming to disrupt the political space. This is the disruption Shibure was talking about. So I will remain on the side of the people. You know, this is what I've been hearing for. We cannot continue. People are saying from north, from west, from east and south, they are definitely tired of PDP and APC. This is the message the old school, the old people are not getting. People are simply tired of these two political evil parties called APC and PDP. People are tired. It's all about Obi. It's not necessarily about, he has a lot of credibility working for him. But the mistakes, the shenanigans of APC and PDP over the years are his greatest advantage. Thank you. I will stop you for that.
All right. Thank you, Murray. James, no, hold on. Okay, Dr. Walter, welcome to the show. Dr. Walter, you can unmute yourself. All right. I think Dr. Walter is frozen.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, good.
He can hear your voice. You are muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, good. We can hear you. Thank you. It's been a while.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
I think Dr. Walter is frozen. Sorry. Okay. He can hear your voice. You are muted.
All right, so another thing I would say, Dr. Walter, I think you have two platforms open.
Thank you very much. So,
Dr. Walter, you have to close one of, you have two windows that are open and playing the same show, so we are getting echo from your end. So if you can figure that out, you can speak. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Good. Yeah.
I'm not hearing you.
We can hear you.
It's not our fault.
Okay, you know what?
But we can hear you. Go ahead. Speak. If you can. You can hear us. And
if you can hear us, speak. I can hear you.
We can hear you. Huh? Yeah, speak.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I can't hear you, but that's why I put my cell phone to listening. What Nigeria is in a crisis right now, as we speak. You know, and I believe that Peter Obi is just the man for the hour. He's young, he's dynamic, he's reachable, and he's got a lot to contribute to the country. I grew up in Lagos, and the Nigeria we grew up in, I grew up actually in the corridors of power. My mother was the chief cook of the Nigerian army. Obasanjo, Buhari, Babangida, all those folks, I knew them as a young person growing up. You know, and I've always known that this particular guy in there does not have the capacity to bring anything meaningful to the country. I told you about a bunch of my friends, we spoke about it years ago. In 1983, we all understand what came out with him and Idiabi, how they suffered and all that. And a bunch of my friends, we had meetings upon meetings about this new government. The problem we're having now is a regional problem. Security-wise, Nigeria has been invaded from all over West Africa and some parts of Eastern and Central Africa. Obi has, if Obi chooses to become, Obi ends up becoming the leader of Nigeria, we have to go back to the table, a restructured table of some sort for the country. We have to go back to the table because until Nigeria can secure its borders, secure its people, there's no way we can have any meaningful, successful governance in any country. What we are looking at is an invasion ready on our borders up in the north. They keep telling us arms are coming in, flowing from Libya. When was Libya over with? This is more than Libya. There are men and women in the country right now who are sponsoring the breakup of Nigeria. And as long as people cannot farm, they cannot feed themselves, the political cronies in the country will end up always oppressing the people. So as it is right now, Obi, you know, by the way, I'm in Dallas, Texas. Obi is the best person among the three. I call the three. Normally, I should be rooting for our brother, you know, the younger one, but Obi seems to be the person that I think has all the ideas. And we, as a member of the diaspora, we are here to support him. We have the means, we have the capability. We supported Barack Obama into becoming president of the United States. We can do it for Obi. You know, a bunch of us put our money behind him. So we can do the same for Obi and make him. We have the technology. I am a head of, you know, I have millions of Americans on my database. I can put the whole of Nigeria on my databases for health. We have the capability. We have the ability. You know, we have the wherewithal to make things happen for that country. But as long as somebody can guarantee security, my biggest issue with Nigeria is securing the borders of that nation, securing the people, securing the lives and property, and farming. I mean, look at the vast land in the north that Obi is speaking about. You know, all those states up in the north, they are like, you know, like billions of dollars worth of money lying in fallow. So Obi's got great ideas, to be honest with you, and I think he'll be the best man among the three. You know,
Right.
Tinubu, Atiku, those guys, we should sort of like move on. Many of my buddies actually are with Tinubu right now. You know, the guy leading Tinubu's campaign. We grew up in the same house, basically.
Is he going to bring Tinubu to come to America?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm not hearing the voice, but I'm just. I don't know what's happening. But
all right.
Another friend of mine just got elected, as he said, whatever. But you know, naturally, being a Yoruba person, I should have, you know, followed my friends into that.
All right. Thank you.
If I'll be honest with you, if I'll be honest with all of us, Obi of all the candidates seem to have the ideas, and idea rule the world. It seems to have the logic. It seems to have, to me, it has a reasoning faculty.
Who is here that has sign language?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but it seems to have. Am I going to say something?
Walter, thank you so much.
Give me a second. Let me look at the audio. Give me a second.
Yeah. Nana, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please, Nana.
I can hear you now.
Walter, hold on, okay? We moved on to Nana. We'll come back to you later.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. So, Nana, where are you? Remind me. I know.
I'm in the United Kingdom.
United Kingdom. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been following Peter Obi's trips?
I have.
Okay. What's your impression? Nana said something wrong.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. I have. Interesting.
Okay. Interesting.
When he came to Europe, I was trying to keep track, but I listened to his interview, the interview with Adiola. And like my brother Sadiq said, a lot of the questions that were asked, there was a bit of problem with Adiola getting direct answers. So I very much agree with Sadiq. He needs to go back and do a lot of homework on giving those questions the direct answers that are needed by the people.
All right.
He's trying to comment.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Nana. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. The people, we are clamoring for change. We want a better Nigeria. However, we want specifics, how he will tackle most of these problems that are bedeviling Nigeria at the moment. That's one. And something that has really bothered me about the Peter Obi's movement, we have to be very careful. I think this goes to his handlers. They have to be very, very careful to make sure Peter Obi's campaign is not like sidetracked into like an ethnic campaign. Because Peter Obi, I am not an Igbo person. I am from Delta. I am an Urobo woman. A lot of us, and the moment Peter Obi came on to declare his intention, what I said to my children was, I would support him. Otherwise, I am 100% behind Sowore. However, I see Peter Obi, because of his antecedents, what he's done with Anambra State at that time, because of his credibility as a person, the integrity he holds as a person, I see him as somebody who I can trust and whom I think a lot of Nigerians can trust with managing the economy of our country, Nigeria. However, he mustn't allow himself to be pushed into a corner of ethnicity, nor religion, because the Muslims, the Christians, we are all Nigerians, and Nigeria is bigger than every one of us. And if we do really want our children to have a country that we will be proud of. I was raised in the 70s, 80s. If we want our children to have a country where they would be proud to say, I am a Nigerian, we have to come off all of that. And we have to speak directly to the corruption that has eaten deep into our nation. So when you ask me, I would say, Peter Obi we have to find a way to bring Peter Obi and Sowore to work together, because I see Peter Obi as one who has the know-how in administration. And I see Sowore as one who has the radicalism to tackle these corrupt maggots that have eaten so deeply into our nation. Because it is time we move past the era of clapping for those who have buried that country. We cannot clap for them and sweep it under the carpet. That is where our Sowore comes in. Because Peter Obi does not have that radicalism in him. So I don't know how we're going to do this, but we have to move past all of this. Somebody paid this or somebody. I've been listening to the discussion going on. People listen. When there is a big thing going to happen, we have little ants that want to come and they want to feed from it. We shouldn't make that our priority. Ants must feed. Let's look at where we are going. That's what I think. I think we should look at where we are going. Nigeria.
Nana, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's look at this video and then we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Please join this advocacy. They are trying now to use the resources they've stolen to keep going. We will resist them. So tomorrow, even if it's not possible you send money to, tell them that thing you're sending they can end if they do the right thing. That's the focus on it. If you need be, invest $1, $2 into it. We must stop this. And remember, in conclusion, when I win, don't go away. No, don't go away.
All right, I'm sorry, that video was upside down. That wasn't the one I was looking for, but you get the drift. I wanted us to at least hear Peter Obi in America for those who didn't get a chance to listen to him. Okay, we're going to move.
Peter Obi don't expire. Let's go to Wiki.
Yeah, we're going to Wiki.
Dr. Damages, let me say something to our sister Nana and our brother Sadiq, right? Concerning the to our sister Nana concerning the ethnic card that is being played out. I think one of the cancers devouring Nigerian body politics is one of the most virulent when it comes to those oppositions. I think it is a card that the oppositions are using to create conflict in the politics. I believe if you and I are Peter Obi supporters, we shouldn't allow these people to push us to that space, because this has been their tricks, this has been their game, this has been what they use to keep Nigeria the way it is: ethnicity and religion.
All right, all right. We have to stop there. We'll get back to that. Let's go to my Nema.
So, 2 days ago, I was watching television. One person who says he's one of the leaders of South was opening his mouth in Kano, saying all kinds of things.
All right. So, Wike. Now, my biggest fear about Wike is that he might not have a role to play in Nigeria after the election. And he might go into a talk show, a comedy show, and nobody will watch anything I'm doing anymore. That's really my fear. I hope he gets a job. I hope he continues to do his thing and give us materials. All right, who knows Wike? Who can help us? Who can help us understand what's going on with Wike? James, go ahead. Let's start with James.
You see, the issue is this. Mr. Wike has been tricked politically and disappointed by those he had confidence in. That's number one. Then number two, we should not see him as a comedian. The problem is this. Buhari has misbehaved catastrophically since he became head of state. His tribesmen have almost taken over the entire country. It is clear to them that the APC will not win the election. Here comes another Fulani man contesting the presidential election. Now, if this guy should win, they've already taken over the country. The PDP, as we are talking right now, is a northern party. All the key figures are northerners. Even the chairman also of the party, who promised with his own mouth when he said that should the presidential candidate come from the north, I will voluntarily resign for a southerner to take over. A presidential candidate came from the north in violation of their constitution, rotation formula. They violated it. A presidential candidate appeared from the north. This man who told people that if a candidate comes from the north, I will resign, this man is refusing to resign. How can the Southerners be a member of a ruling party where no prominent Southerner is holding any prominent position? Look, take it or leave it. I want we all present here today to believe that Nigeria is already at war. We are not seeing, reading the writings on the wall. When I was a little boy in Benin City, when the Civil War started, people thought it was a play game. Actually, the first set of people Yakubu Gowon sent to the east were policemen. When they finished the whole of them, then it dawned on him that the country was already at war. Nigeria, as we are speaking right now, we are fighting a low voltage war. Should the Fulanis take over the country, we are finished. Now, take Ruga, for example. I hope I'm not wasting too much time.
No, you are going too far. I will come to you. Let me go to Jude. Jude, what is Wike? What does I asked this question last week, but this week we get a little bit of glimpse of what he's looking for. He wants the chairman of the party to leave. Is that enough? to keep Wike in the party, in PDP?
Yes, I think everything that Wike is doing, it still shows someone that is very much aggrieved of what I believe he perceived uh, injustice that was done to him by the party that he has more or less carried on his shoulder for many years. You know, many of his contemporaries and many of his colleagues in that party, a lot of them that are occupying key positions now and very close to those who are occupying key positions have crossed, carpeted, you know, to so many parties from APC, PDP, here and there, every now and again. But it has, he's been one of those few that has remained resolute, that has remained with PDP, you know, for a long time. So he's trying to still say, to still see if he can gain some relevance in his party, because he has already known that they are trying to sideline him, and that is his current position with him now. So he's somebody like you know, screaming for relevance, screaming for to still be in the uh, corridors of power in his own party. But for me, I would not even empathize with him for whatever he's getting from his party. You know, this is for him or for me, it's like a coma. You know the law of karma coming to play in this case. Wike is a wicked man, and not only that, he's a thief. You know, the money he stole from Port Harcourt to go for this primary, he thought he had everything figured out. And he doesn't know that Atiku and his own people, whom himself also trusted so much, because he has supported them, especially that governor, that other candidate that at the dying minutes switched over and, you know, stepped down and gave his support to Atiku, that now made Atiku, that pushed Atiku to the finishing line. So these people, he has, I mean, yes, everything that is happening to him, he caused it. And then it's okay. I'm really happy that it has happened to him. And I'm really happy that somebody like him will not rule Nigeria. Okay?
Okay, all right.
Atiku also, there's no way he's going to rule Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to you, Ovie, because I want to hear from the angle of the calculations, what it will mean if Wike doesn't support Atiku. In one speech he made this week, he said that the PDP, they want to lose the election and that he will help them to lose the election. But Maz says, okay, from the Peter Obi campaign and the perspective, if Wike is not behind the PDP, does that help the Obi movement, or does that hurt? Yeah, I said if Wike doesn't support PDP in the election, would that be to the advantage of Labour Party?
Well, I mean, you know, it's, you know, in political fight, you want to take advantage of all aggrieved. I would answer your question by this way. In 2014, 2015, without the NPDP, that is Kwankwaso, Rotimi Amechi and Co., Saraki, without that leg, going into the APC alliance, I doubt if APC probably would have won that election, because they came in with, quote unquote, their structure, and they came in with the needed finance at that point. So, you know, while Wike is, you know, while you are bothered about his employment after 2023, I may be more bothered about his band that plays for him. What you know, they like playing, you know, they like playing Pepper them. What will happen to them after he's left office? As you see here, that if you accept it, you can hear one of them saying, I think you can bring that in, that because I like that bit, when they say pepper them. But
Yeah.
to your question, I think in politics, I don't think you can forego such if the opportunity creates itself, because he has his reasons why he's been, in the words of Ruben Abati, crying like a baby that lollipop was taken away from him. So it's it could be a blessing if that fight continues. But make no mistake, that fight is not only Wike. In Wike, beneath the belly is Governor Otom, Ayo Fayoshe, Abia State Governor, and a couple of them. You know that gang. You know that gang that you saw in London? That is the gang that is actually, and even Makinde, basically the Southern PDP governors. Whatever it is, politically it's about give and take. So if they mismanage it, it's going to hurt PDP. PDP is already been hurt because in the Southeast, the Koboko they are going to flog PDP with, they are in the gym getting ready.
All right, yeah, let's look at that video. I think you sent it.
If you can't beat them, you join them. Yes, so we can pepper them. I say pepper them. Which are designers you pepper them. I say pepper them. We can reach you make pepper them. Oh, you say pepper them. Your designers they pepper them. Oh, you say pepper them. We can you are better than
all right. Ovie.
You wear green, white, green. You wear green, white, green, make it that. So in Nigeria, we're still hopeful that we're still going to stay one. Yes, on the issue of how is it going to affect that. But first of all, let me say it. I've been saying it before on this platform that political parties are private entities. They are private business. They are owned by people. People come together with their financial resources, human capital, whatever, for one singular reason: to get power, to vote, and to block, to pass law and to block law. As the sole purpose of setting up a political party by individuals or group of people. And it's exactly that's what you are seeing being displayed here. Two, Wike is just like you started by a very serious question, even though you have been comical about it. Now, will Wike still have a job after I finish? And I can categorically say no. Don't shit for everywhere. From his own house to every nooks and cranny of Nigeria, he don't shit food. Nobody will want to work with Wike at this point. And I think he has seen that green light. He has seen the light coming. Because what is going to happen is the whole political class going to gang up against it. And they will make sure it doesn't return his successor. And that is what he's fighting for. How can he return his successor? But it's unfortunate that with his experience and his age, he doesn't know how to go about it. If you are planning to make sure your party lose, you don't put it out there in the open. Mazin, make example about how the APC did it. But what you fail to understand that there was a 12 million strong block vote that is at stake that they are going to get it. And two, it was the incumbent that Nigerians don't like, which is Goodluck Jonathan. So it was easy for people like the Mekonkoso and Mechi Saraki to go with those structures. But in this case, no. What you are going to be seeing, what is already going on is that the PDP money bags are already inflating Rivers State. Because Wike is not going to come back. The president is unknown. So you are going to have more new champions coming out within even the Wike rankings, being influenced by real money. Forget Wike money in a child's play, but where the money they. So the idea that Wike can actually control the populace of Rivers and beyond to vote against PDP, I don't see that happening. It is not going to happen. Now, I think at this point, regardless of who you support, is gradually losing that grip because you are going against people who owns the party. Parties like church, that's another example. Whether I like it or not, now people get redeemed. Whether we like it or not, people get winners. When the time comes, they will put you where you belong. And that's exactly what Wike is doing. Then the other narrative that people like other southern governors, few of them are with him. What are the capacity of these people? Even the author himself, he wants to return as a senator. So he won't join and work against the party. The Ekwezi and the rest, what is their political future at this point? Because when it comes to the battlefield, that's what they'll be thinking about. Not Wike, how do I survive? Should this person come in? Should this person come in? Should this person come in? That's where all these people are thinking. Not Wike. Those people doesn't really have the crowd to actually, sway any vote against PDP as far as this election is concerned. Because, as I always said, it's not guaranteed for any of these people that they are going to win the election outrightly. Tinubu cannot boast of that. Atiku cannot do it. Obi cannot do it. Konkuze cannot do it. So the political trajectory is going to change drastically. And for the very first time in the history of the Nigerian election, we are not having a general who is coming to be on the ballot paper. We are to be on the ballot box. We are going to have pure politicians. Yes, you will still have the military influence through proxy. And if again we pay so much attention with what Wike and what he's doing and what is going on in that environment, what is the brutal effect from the other side? If you listen to, I think Jerena Aruna said, well, people like the Obasanjo are going from London to Mina, say that they have agenda. Well, they can have agenda. We have an election. That carries weight. That's to tell you, even this idea of regional, wherever, this religion, we finally take backseat. What will come to play is that dichotomy of between North and South. And at the end of the day, that is what Wike is also dragging into the table. And it's not going to favor the South. Politically speaking, the numbers are against the South. So I feel kind of bad for Wike in a way, because that's the guy who is crying out loud. Because he knows if you don't return his successor, just as you said, it's not just that he's not going to get a job, but I don't know where the guy will end up. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right, let me see. Laro, what do you have to say? Yeah, go ahead.
To call Wike an empty barrel, you're making a grave mistake. He has serious political relevancy, and that's his 3 million votes. And if you think Wike is doing all this just because of just River State, it's like you're talking both sides of here. If you think somebody from Abuja can influence River State, that's a grave mistake. And then the other governors, Wike is a poster child for a group of governors. The same thing you're talking about, this massive block vote. If PDP should mismanage the negotiations they are dealing with right now, Wike is talking to everybody. This man is not a fool. To sit there in office, you're taking it for granted, you're thinking it's just an empty vessel. When they mismanage the votes or the discussions they're going through now, I pray they do so. It will be of peril to them, and the death of PDP 100% is extremely relevant.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kene, go ahead.
Yes, I have a little to say about Wike's current condition politically. I've said this on this platform previously, that Wike is kind of confused. And why I made that statement was because by my own calculation, if this grieve had started before the primaries, I think Wike and his group will be in a better position to make a better decision on where to port to. But unfortunately, the problem started heating up after the primaries, which, for example, parties like Labour Party, they've gotten their candidate to represent them in the Senate and all that, right? So Wike and his group are left in a tight corner trying to make a better decision. Yes, it will be difficult for them to go back to PDP. It will also be difficult for them to go back to APC. You and I know that APC is dead already. It's not going anywhere, right? Personally, I still advise that Wike should just humble himself, work with Peter Obi. Maybe, your people say that if you cannot, instead of losing the whole cow, you cut the tail, right? At least you have some meat from the tail. And I wouldn't want to buy the idea that Wike is irrelevant in the politics now. I still believe that Wike stands a better influence in Rivers State. It's not only Wike, just as you stated. The Benue State governor is there, Ibazu is there. The former governor of Cross River is there. A lot of them, just like Mr. Alero said, he's just a poster guy. Pulling us from PDP, honestly, it will kill PDP to the ground. In short, PDP is dead already. PDP knows that. The better are still maintained. If he plays otherwise, he will see how the outcome will look like. Humble yourself, go to LP, work with your brother, Peter Obi, and maybe you may, land yourself a ministerial position. Maybe he's a political, he's a governor, he's his boy that he's trying to fit in as a PDP governor now. I don't know what will become of him now, because I believe that LP has a candidate in River State. I might be wrong, but I think they should work together. This is just what I have.
All right, thank you. Nana, you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. For me, I see Wike as one who has very strong powers in the grassroots in River State. When I say the grassroots, the common man on the street, he is very popular. He might not have that kind of popularity with the elites, the educated ones. But when you talk about those at the lower echelon, I think he's got power there. I see him same way as I see Tinubu and his touts in Lagos State. So I don't think he's one that people should just push aside or just turn their heads that he's not relevant. No, he is relevant. And the issue of him, I don't know about Autumn and the others, but because I'm from the South, and because I live in Lagos, I am following these two people. I'm watching them closely. The issue of him humbling himself and going to Obi, I don't see that happening so easily, because he's a very proud man from the look of things. Rather, I would say it would be best if people who are in support of Obi can convince Wike to work with Obi. I don't know if you get the logic of what I'm trying to say here. Not him humbling himself to come to Obi. Is the obedience going to cajole him? Issue of him getting a ministerial position, I don't know about that, because as far as I'm concerned, he is a thief. You have to be very careful when you want to bring in people whose hands are not clean to the table.
All right.
I think that's my suggestion.
All right. For those who do not know Wike very well, this is another Wike in action.
Saying to Nigerians watching today that you will not.
I will not, and I said it. I will never
seek.
I will not even. It's not in the dream. I've never dreamt any day, and that will not come.
To be vice president.
I will not. How will it be?
You don't say that one person.
And it's the same person that's been crying they didn't give him vice president.
He didn't dare.
You see all these fools that people continue to support. You should please move beyond talking about this charlatans.
All right.
It was not his turn.
Hold on. Let's see. Two more people, and then we move on. Omore, go ahead.
Yes, okay. You see, they say he who wants equity must come with clean hands. I think Wike miscalculated at the beginning. He had a lot of permutations, selfish and greedy permutations that didn't work out the way he expected. So the fight is fighting right now. If he had done this before their primaries, it would have given them a huge advantage. So I don't know, his handlers, either they are not handling him well or he's not listening. Something must be wrong somewhere. He made a lot of mistakes already. I think I need to be calm right now, strategize more, instead of this unnecessary drama. You know, taking a private flight to London, even for a meeting that could be held in Port Harcourt, the government house, somewhere, they would allowing journalists to come in, plug in. No, they were not plotting a coup. This is unnecessary drama. This is not what we want at this moment. I think he's about to make yet even more mistakes if he's not careful. I don't know who his managers are. Either they're not doing their job or Wike is not listening. As soon as he came back, he was quiet for some days or some weeks. I thought he was trying to learn from his mistakes, or he reduced the volume or the quantity of something that was intoxicating him. I think he has gone back to those things immediately. See, he thought he could fight everybody. He thought he could bully everybody to have his way. He was fighting with the governor of Edo State, Governor Obasaki. He was the first person to take a strike on Umahi when Umahi left PDP for APC. Seeing the handwriting on the wall that PDP has not been fair to them. Wike was the first person to attack Umahi. He fought Babangida Aliyu of Niger. He was fighting everybody. He went into a crucial presidential primary with a divided house. They came back bruised and battered, blaming everybody except himself. In fact, he called everybody a betrayer. Why himself was the greatest betrayer? Is anybody asking questions about Wike's relationship with Goodluck Jonathan? Who made it instrumental for Wike to be where he is today? You see, he is blowing hot and cold. On one hand, he's blaming IU for lack of integrity, for not, going up to his promise. See, he has let me know. I agree with you. I don't like his methodology. There's a wrong way you can fight a good cause. You see, Wike is blaming IU for saying, "Oh, I will resign as soon as a presidential candidate emerges from the north." Now, Wike told us he wasn't interested in vice primaries. VP. Later, he was interested. Wike also vowed to work with anybody that emerged from PDP. You see, these are controversial figures. These are not what we want. These are the people we're trying to put out of the political scene. If you see them gather, whenever they gather, they don't gather because of the people. It's all about themselves. So he shot himself in the foot. And he's trying to leverage on the people of Rivers and the South Side people. He's trying to, make it look as if he's fighting for the Southern interest. He has this reason though, because Atiku, another great politician, thinks he can buy his way through every time. But I think we get to do more of this drama before the primaries than he's doing right now. I think it's almost too late for him. He's trying to, trade with, trying to bargain with the vote from Rivers and South and all that. He's like a drowning man looking for what to hold on to. I think he has to be very careful. If he's still saying he will not leave PDP, PDP has already left him. They have gone as far as trying to take even his structure away from him in Rivers. So no matter the promise they give to him right now, he is going to be a loser at the end of the day. So he has to be very strategic and calculated. Or yet, he will make another damaging mistake right now. No, enough of this drama. It's not necessary. You don't allow your opponent to predict you. If you want to remain in PDP and do the damage from within, it happened in Edo State when Lucky Gunejo was about leaving office. He took his arsenal like Yamua. Oh, they never wanted Aneni to have the upper hand. Aneni wanted Senator Gwesia. So they were not willing to let Aneni have his way. What they did was to remain in PDP, work against Osumbo, Professor Salem Osumbo, That was what gave Dr. Shomali a leverage in 2007. So I don't know what he wants. That's the here and there is not what we want. You do one project for 1 million, you use another 200 million to commission projects, buy tickets, bringing dignitaries to River State. I mean, enough of this unnecessary drama. We are not interested. It should be calculative and be strategic, or else it will do more damage to his political career. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I just want to point out that some comments on our, because it's very important what they're saying there. One of them was saying that Omori, you sound like, and when Dr. Walter was speaking, one person wrote that he looked like Peter Obi, so yeah, I acknowledge all these comments and I appreciate everybody who is taking their time to comment and watch what we are doing here. James, go ahead.
While they are watching, let them pay tight. Let them support Dr. Domeji's platform and subscribe as well.
Please.
I feel very, I'm very shy about saying that.
I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Because I've never been to America physically. I've only been to America in literature. I've read a lot about America. Since we are practicing their style of democracy here in Nigeria, is this how they practice it over there?
What do you mean, is this how they practice it?
This issue of...
Yes.
the way Wike, Atiku did that, we are dealing with personalities, individuals, not with policies. How the country will move forward. Is this how they practice it?
Have you heard about somebody called Donald Trump?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Perfect example.
That's a good example. So we do the same thing.
Perfect example.
Okay, you see, I'm asking this question because the First Republic politicians in Nigeria, this is how they behaved till they plunged the country into catastrophe.
Yeah.
We are following the same path. What can we do to stop these people?
Okay, all right, Dr. Walter, go ahead.
Let me say something quickly about Wike. Just something short. They say follow the money. If you notice what's going on in Nigeria, most of the PDP state governors are cash strapped. And it seems only Wike have cash right now. If you notice, the federal government says zero has been coming out of our oil. The head of NNPC went recently and said 259 tamperings with the oil. By the time the oil leaves where it's being pumped out to where it's been offloaded, is zero coming out. Wike is a man on top of all that. So all these governors, Alaro was saying something about 5 other governors, all these governors are aligning with him. They are aligning with Wike because it's a critical time in their life. They have no choice. Wike right now, not only is he a poster boy, but he's a funny boy for the PDP. Let's face it. And Nigeria is in dire straits, to be honest. And that's why Wike can do all the crazy stuff he wants to do, dance as it may, but to be honest with you, this is just Nigeria for you. You have allowed this to go on and start and continue like that.
People feel that let's Ovie, last word on this week and we move on. Something more important happened in the US yesterday. Go ahead. Ovie, go ahead.
Yes, on still on Wike's side. I think rumor has it that I say this based on people that are saying that those who are following Wike on the background. Rumor has it when he met with Bola Tinubu, the request that he made is that for him to win River State, that is for him to return his successor, and state like Oyo, pretty much all those few states within the West and the South should not be touched. Like, should not be flipped over to APC. And the only person, because back in the day, as we know, if you follow the history of election in Ibadan, it's very hard for you to see incumbent retain. And that is why, they are behind Wike, because Wike get money to actually back them up, whether fight APC or in case Atiku not ready to release money for them. And that's why they are behind him. And if you want to analyze them one by one, you could see most of them are not relevant. People that are pointing to Donald Duke of Calabar, Now passenger they keep them afloat. Those people don't get relevant again. So when you see from that angle, you see how wicked they shout. Again, one of his demands to PDP is that IU must resign. That's where I started that analogy that people get party. IU is among the G9 people that actually started that party. Again, Wike was single-handedly instrumental to bringing Alimori Sheriff to destabilize the party that time as chairman. He was the one that forced Secondos on the party. Again, he forced Secondo out. He was dancing the way he's dancing now when they bring IU to head the party. He was so happy, thinking that the man will listen to that. You know, those people like that don't feel listen to you. He's comparing himself that he has been in politics, don't they started politics. IU reply and say, at the age of 35, he don't already get PhD and elected at early 40 as Senate president. So these people when they jab, so when they can come against them, they will not know boundary, who is APC, who is Labour, they will come together and make sure they put it where it belongs. So that's where he said that he has committed a great sin against the party, against his own people, against pretty much everybody. But as I said, he's just seen it now that it's becoming too late. And your question, Mr. James, asking that now so that they play about America. You were off and on. I don't know why you are being specific about how Wike is behaving or just the polity as a whole. And if it's just the polity as a whole, not the same way. It's just that one is more refined. Just like when they go back and forth with Mazi that Obi is raising fund and he's saying a lie. I'm privy to so many funds this presidential candidate and electoral candidate in America raised. I was there, went in Dallas there, went to actually attend Trump forum raising event. They call it private, as Mazi was calling it. You have to pay about $650,000 couple just to be there. You understand? I've been an opportunity to interview Graham, the current congressman of North Dakota. Anywhere they just to point out that people say, "Oh, I'll be obedient." Anywhere they always try to get involved with the local politics, regardless of whether my foreigner they come on or indigenous. So yes, now the same way, just that one is more refined, and Nigeria, my politicians they take money, they recruit themselves. I think Obi has alluded to that in one of his speeches, which is a fact. Why the American has graduated from that stealing of money to bring them back, now is down the hand of corporations. A corporation, they do waiting the money bags of Nigeria, and they do. So if you look at it physically, not the same. Just the one they hold down is more refined. Just like police in both countries too. Nigerian police go stop you, say give me money here and there, and you go solve your problem. American police go give you ticket, give you the give, but at the end of the day, money goes come up for your pocket. So it's just one is more refined and one is still at the if we leave a stage according to our according to Nnamdi.
All right, hold on, okay. What we're going to do now is we have the rant, and then I will ask people to give room for new people. The Shore people are not happy that they don't have any representative here. There are so many people who are really not happy, the Biafrans, you know. So we just switch things up. But first of all, the rant. When we have the rant, just prepare your rant. Last week we had a winner. Okay, last week we gave we haven't This American Life. This week, without the permission of the writer, I want to offer a copy of Okendibe's book. Which one? Never Look an American in the Eye will be the book that the winner of the best rant will take home. I'll have to talk to Oke to send the book to whoever wins. So you have a minute to rant about anything, and there's no fear. You're not responsible for what you say. I'll start with you, Alaro. You go first. 1 minute.
So basically, what I'm going to say is this. And Nigerians need to really play a role in what we're calling the future now. Don't leave it to Peter Obi. Task yourself, if you're in diaspora, 10 people, make a list, 10 names. Task yourself to make sure each of these single names vote. That's the only way. Obi is not going to save Nigeria. We will save Nigeria. Thank you.
Good. All right. Ovie, you're next. A minute.
My rant or annoyance is on the average Nigerian. Who doesn't want to believe that there are some hands behind the curtain that are running things? The earlier we see that and we act accordingly, it's better for us. What happened in Sri Lanka wasn't not because the citizens are hungry. It was because there's a confusion between the elites. That's what led to that. And that is because the average, the country I just mentioned, the average citizens understand how things work. So the earlier we come together as one and begin to study how this guy will be better for us. Somebody posted, I think it's something media, that said that when you see this elite, this group of people who are coming together, we are surely going back to where we started. And that is a fact. When you see Obasanjo, they have not with all these men, we are going towards the same direction. I'm sorry to show the movement and Obi movement are the same. Now the same faith they go back with them as time goes on, and the same strategy, and it's a strategy from the elite people to carry the youth on one side so they can run their own show.
All right, thank you. Kenneth, you go. Unmute yourself, please, Kenneth.
So what I want to talk about is the level of criminality in Buhari's government. But the Nigerians are so blind and deaf here that they are not listening to the news, they are not seeing it, they are not saying anything about it. How on earth will you be exporting crude oil out of the country? And at the end of the day, you will refuse to remit a dime to the national purse. How on earth will you say that you have Navy and a whole ship will dock in Nigeria, take crude oil and escape out of the country, and you are now coming out to tell us face to face that those crude oil were being stolen by criminals? Who are the criminals? Can't you just call yourself criminal? Even if you don't call yourself criminals, can't Nigerians come up and call Buhari and tell Buhari that you are a criminal? Define Buhari what he is. Buhari is a criminal. Let Nigerians know that and talk about that.
Okay, Kenneth, thank you so much. Njenje Media, Omar is okay, you are next. Now, our viewers, please read them because you are the one that will decide who won. I'm not the one that will decide. So, go ahead.
I don't know if I have any rant.
Oh, nothing is bothering you. Wow.
Anything it's bothering me?
Anything
that is bothering me that our good brother Ovie should decamp. Ovie is bothering me. Ovie should decamp and be obedient. And maybe on a lighter mode, Kwankwaso should have looked the way of weekend. That would have been a very perfect.
That would have been that. I agree with you. Thank you. Okay. James, you're next. You can run for 1 minute.
All I have to say is, may Buhari not be the last president of Nigeria. That's all.
That's all. That's Omori. 1 minute.
Yeah, please, I want to talk to us as a people, the power of unity. What is working for Obi right now, what worked for Barack Obama of America, is the power of unity. The people we fear so much, the criminals in our midst, the oppressors, they are not as strong as we really think. What has been working for them is divide and rule and conquer us that have been inherited from our colonial slave masters. Each time we come together as a people, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Let's come together as one. Let's begin to concentrate on those things that unite us as a people. There are those things that divide us and give our oppressors advantage. When we come together, our political oppressors, we go into political oblivion. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Dr. Walter, 1 minute.
I would like to say Nigerians have tried a lot. We have fought. But I would like to ask the younger Nigerians to get more involved in activism. Active activism, passive activism. We need to say no. Let us talk to the politicians, find out exactly what they are going to do. All this miracle stuff should not be in the 20th century. we need to ask them what would get involved face to face. Now, we should have people carry placards against Buhari in Aso Rock as we speak right now for what he has done to the country. You know, thank you.
All right, thank you. Nana, you're next.
Yes, thank you. I think what we need right now is for the young ones, the youths, the so-called young ones in Nigeria, wake up. What Nigeria needs is a revolution. I support Shogore because we cannot mollycoddle these criminals. We need to remove them, and nobody goes to a strong man's house and goes there and goes to speak grammar. He will not shift. Wake up. Revolution now.
All right, thank you. Jude, 1 minute.
Okay, what I'm saying to Nigerians is that those that think that Buhari's polarization agenda is a joke, they should just think twice. Because as we speak today, over 11,000 schools in Nigeria have been closed. Okay, children are at home, especially in the northern side, and many local government areas and states in Nigeria have been taken over by Buhari terrorist government, and Shetima has been positioned with Atiku to take over from Buhari to continue to perfect this polarization agenda. And anybody that thinks he's voting for Tinubu and that is going to vote for Tinubu to become a president, that person is dreaming. If you're voting for Tinubu, you are simply voting for Shetima, who is even worse than Buhari, 10 times worse than Buhari, and that means literally handing Nigeria over to terrorists like we had in Afghanistan. This is not a joke. It's not a
All right.
We all live
All right,
to
Julia.
I don't pray to
1 minute is over. Thank you so much. Please, we'll give another 5 minutes to see the votes. So far, it's Omori and Kene that are leading in terms of who the people that will win the rant. All right. So it's not me. It's not me.
Scroll down. You will see more results.
I didn't see Ovie mentioned. None. There's no mention of your name, Ovie. Okay, finally, you bribe this coke of a person to vote for you. So far, it's Omori and all right. Thank you, guys, everybody. Thank you for your rants. It's an opportunity to have your say. Really, anything you want to say. You, the same person you bribe. Are you changing your name to? Okay. All right. Thank you. We are going to take a break. And I will plead. If you can give room for the Shore people to join us. They are not happy that they want to say something. But also we've changed topic. We talked about Obi. We talked about Wike. There's something else that happened in Nigeria, not in Nigeria, in America here, but it's connected to Nigeria. So we are going to discuss the vice president's meeting with the vice president of America. That happened yesterday. We have their press conference. We're going to play that. And then we will have a conversation on what it means, what would have been, if Oshibajo had been the candidate of APC instead of Bola Tinubu. And of course, the most important thing is what he came here to do. He came here to convince the American government to cancel Nigeria's debt, the money they've been borrowing, in exchange for Nigeria to behave well and to deal with climate change. So Nigeria will plant trees and do things to help the environment in exchange for canceling of our debt. So we talk about that and see whether it makes sense. But please, I appreciate all those people that have joined us and they've been with us. If you can give room for a few other people to join us and join the conversation, we'll like that. So let me play that video and then we'll be right back.
He invited people to come and listen to Peter Obi speak. And then
Mr. Vice President, welcome. It is my honor to receive you and to talk with you today about many important matters that face Nigeria and the United States in our partnership and what we are committed to doing together. There is a strong relationship between the United States and Nigeria. As I was explaining to the Vice President, there are hundreds of thousands of Nigerian Americans and Nigerians here in the United States, and so many who have made significant contributions to the United States, be it as entrepreneurs, as innovators, to film and music. And Nigeria, without any question, is leading on so many important issues and some of the most important issues of our time. When we look at the issue of the climate crisis, Mr. Vice President, you have been an extraordinary leader on this issue, and I know this is something that you feel very strongly about, and you've been very adamant about the role Nigeria can play in addressing this crisis that faces us all. And I congratulate you, for example, on your energy transition plan, which I know pledges carbon neutral energy by 2060. Ambitious goals, but important goals. And under your leadership, I have no question that they will be achieved. Today, we will also discuss the urgent issue that affects the continent of Africa and the world, which is the issue of food insecurity. As you know, the United States has committed $7 billion in food security and humanitarian assistance to African countries over the past year alone. Nigeria has also been an important partner in upholding the international rules-based backsliding that we've been seeing in West Africa, or standing up for Ukraine at the United Nations. The United States remains committed to supporting free and fair elections in Nigeria next February, elections which we have confidence will be peaceful and reflect the will of the people. And of course, we do feel very strongly, as I know you do, that Nigeria is and must remain a bastion of democracy for West Africa. More broadly, Africa's leadership is key to confronting all of the global challenges we face. And to that end, Nigeria is key. So we look forward to strengthening our partnership.
Partner and friend of Nigeria, and even as long ago as independence, the United States has been a very firm supporter of all of our aspirations, especially our economic and social development ambitions. The United States has always been with us. We also must appreciate the firm support that we've received from the U.S., especially in our fight against terrorism within our borders and in the Sahel. And of course, the very timely donation of vaccines, 4 million vaccines, as we battled the COVID-19 pandemic. And that, of course, is extremely useful. But in addition to, as we pointed out, our shared commitment to democracy and the international rules-based system, we very strongly believe that in the coming years we will need to work together again on so many global challenges, and they are as varied and and they come up very frequently now, from promoting peace and security to tackling global health issues and climate change, and of course economic adversity. I must also congratulate you, of course, on the Inflation Reduction Act. And I think in particular it's historic, especially for those of us who are paying attention to all the issues on climate change. The climate change component is really ambitious, and we think that it shows U.S. leadership in the area of climate change, and we're all excited to queue up behind the U.S. and see that we get many of these objectives on the way. On our part, and you pointed this out already, the Nigerian government launched energy transition plan just last week. And this plan is important for us because for us we see
Okay.
No problem.
Sorry,
Okay.
It's been a long video, but I needed to take a little break, and I've not seen that video myself. I read the news story about the vice president's visit, so we will talk about it. And let me start with introducing the people that just joined us. Janaba, welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
Femi, welcome back. Alex, welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Rolf.
Dr. Chidi, welcome. After 2 hours of trying to join us.
I know they bribed all of you to keep.
So finally,
NBA bribed you, bribed Njenje Media, bribed Ovie. They bribed all of you to keep Shore people out, but you don't give up.
No,
We will scatter your. We are here. Go ahead. Thank you.
So there are so many Shore people on the comment section. You know, I think they are up to 1,000. So finally, we have a representative here in Dr. Chidi. So, Chidi, welcome.
Thank you,
Dr. Chidi. Before you go, you know they complain. Me, I dey every day with my proposal mandate. They ignore me. As if I don't exist. Proposal don't exist. I know they complain.
Dr. Chidi, I was supporting you on the comment section. I was supporting you. You're the only one that was making anyway. Don't worry. Let me not let you.
Okay, Dr. Chidi. Hold on.
To come to NNPP. Have you heard that?
Hold on. Obi, hold on. Dr. Chidi, I watched your show, and you basically said that even though you saw that Peter Obi was next door to you, you didn't bother. You didn't care to go. Can you explain to our viewers? You know, we have serious viewers here. why you did not think it's not important? Seriously, to go.
Why is Mazi okay dodging?
No, he's listening to you.
I'm not dodging. We have changed segment, and I'm about to become. So.
There are some things that should be illegal on this show.
Okay, see me just.
What you just did now is illegal. All right. So Dr. Chidi, what happened? Why did you?
Okay. On a very serious note, look, let me start by really thanking you, Dr. Damages. When you started this thing, it was like a joke, but now it has come to stay. I really commend you, and I commend your faithful panelists, people like Ovie, people like Jude, Kenneth, people who are very regular here. You guys, I commend you. I've waited more than 2 hours actually to get on your show. That shows at the thing. Very soon we'll be buying tickets. That's good. That's good.
Not like Obi's tickets, yeah, but
okay. But on a serious note, really, most times when I come to your show, you know, I will be in the toilet or somewhere.
And people complain to me. People call me and complain afterwards.
Yeah, because I say that's the only place that I choose to discuss Nigeria's issues. But this is a very serious time, and that's why I really want to be very serious today. The reason why, as you know, Obi was in my neck of the wood. But let me first of all start by congratulating the guys that organized that event. All of them are my friends, community leaders. We've done a lot of things in the past. It was a good event. They organized the event. It was a success. Kudos to them. But for me, I didn't want to go. It was better that I didn't go, you know, because probably maybe I'll go there and say something and they'll go and lock me up. So the best thing was just to stay away. Now, why I didn't go to that event is like what I have commented in the comment section. We are at a very, very critical, delicate place in Nigerian politics. And I'm shocked that after so many years, after we now have watched what has happened from when, and we have started moving away from the regular way of doing things, from the cabals, from the regular politicians, and we trusted ourselves that we can now take charge and do things differently. We have arrived at a bus stop where now we are saying, oh, you know, all the politicians, you need this person. And even the Obi camp is saying, let this person join Obi, let this person join Obi. If we can join Obi, Kwankwaso join Obi, Atiku join Obi, Obasanjo join Obi, we are back to square one. We are back to square one. So that's why for me, Obi started, and Obi was PDP person, it was APGA person, it was all of those things. Fine. That time we were doing revolution, now we're doing solidarity. They called us rascals, they called us everything. We agree. We have never moved our stand. All of a sudden, my uncle Obi now is answering Comrade Obi. Now he accepts revolution. Now he accepts the movement. But inside all that again, he's going to go to sleep with Atiku. It doesn't work for me. It honestly doesn't work for me. I don't have anything against obedience, but I'm waiting for someone to explain to me how we believe that doing things the old way is going to get us to a new place. No way.
All right. So, who wants to take on
Obi, you've been there for so long. Better Jonava talk.
Okay, Jonava talk.
Yeah, Obi.
I am about no,
Clever.
Okay, Jonava, can you respond? Yeah, go ahead.
I am not too far from Dr. Chidi. If you review whatever I have been saying, there is nothing different. Changing party is not changing personality. Changing party is not changing anything in Nigeria. All have been consistent. God bless those people who have been attending the movement of Obi, especially those that can pay $10,000 for dining with Obi. I think that money will go a long way in their community to wipe away the tears of all the nightmare people like him have created. But in any case, Nigeria is going backward with the way they are doing things. There is nothing new in Nigerian politics, and all the noise people have been making, they are taking us backward. The system still remains the same. And the system that Obi is promoting is like when Sagari visited the Western world, where 3 people hold umbrella for him, and he thought he have arrived. This is the same Obi now parading in another way, even though he's visiting the diasporas and they believe they'll influence their people back home. If we are in diasporas, have not seen anything that the talking point Obi have been that he created while he was a governor, because these days will come while he will use it to say, oh, I save money. Nobody need anybody to save money when you are in government. You have to create job opportunity and empower the people. Anambra State is the 3rd state in Nigeria, if you look at it critically, that it has all the potential to operate in full force to change Nigerian system in terms of bringing job and creativity. What he brought is brewery. He could have taken that one to go and give it to the governor Otun in Benue State. That's what they say there are people doing the money, is to drink Obrukutu. That does not make anything that he's making anything or make Nigerian great or move us forward. In any case, I still believe that anyone that God will use to bring a change to Nigeria, I welcome it, but it's not to be. And people say to me, among these 3 people, Jagaban and Articulate and Obedient, which one? There's nothing about them. You say, oh, you have to believe in one. If I would believe in any 3 of them, it's still not Obi. Obi have nothing to offer us in 21st century than the talking point he created as a governor of Anambra State. He's parading, he's trying to sell us. His birthday was celebrated among non-Nigerian people, that the followers of Obi will create that scenario that white people is supporting Obi. What's white people supporting Obi got to do with Nigerian nightmare that we have been going through independence? Is it not the same white people that set a standard for us that we cannot move beyond our nose? Is it the same people, all those people on the road that they gather and they say, oh, come and wish him happy birthday, and they see a white face? So we are here.
Janaba, we're here. I like that. Janaba, somebody made a comment last time you were on, and you said similar thing, and they said you just alluded to that. You said, "Who are you supporting?" Okay, and you said it's not Obi, but people are still interested in knowing who are you supporting. You know,
Am I
wait,
that
wait,
popular
wait.
that my supporting make any difference? Am
Oh
I
yeah,
that
because
popular?
Janaba, let me tell you, Ovie went to Atlanta the other day, and people were stopping him on the street and saying, "Ovie, I know you from the TV, so you are popular." So people want to know.
They said they were even asking for his autograph.
My popularity will not be like if I arrive in Nigeria, will be people will start
so Janaba, it's not enough. I mean, this is a public forum, okay? We have about
Yes.
1,000 people
Yeah.
watching. It's not
Yeah.
enough to
Yeah.
say, and you are free to choose anybody. I think everybody should be free to say, this is the person I'm supporting. So you should be free to say, this is the person you are supporting, and this is why. Can you do that for our viewers? Not for me.
Among all the among who is shaking head there? I'm trying to know the name. Kenny.
Janaba, hurry up. We have people.
Please tell us.
Okay.
We have-
I'm a very brave guy. I'm not hiding. You remember that my
I know,
support
I
go
know.
to so my support before all those things. I've been a fan support of our friend. I can call him your friend as well, Sowore. But the momentum begin to shift because Nigerian people don't know what they want from their life. They wanted somebody that will give them money. The one that says not giving shishina is the one that they have to eat with $10,000 with him. So I don't know where that money is going. End of the day, is he going to pocket it or is going to give it out for ad? So if you are asking me who am I supporting, if I look at all the three popular people apart from Konko, so that the lady that came, Helen came here too. Helen couldn't distance himself from Konko, so and he could not distance himself from Obi. These are confused people like me.
So you ended up not answering the question. All right. Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you so much. So nobody's sticking on Chidi. Maz is okay. You can't dress up like this and don't respond to Dr. Chidi.
No, I mean it's one thing I have come to realize is to respect people's opinion. I mean, Chidi has his opinion, and his opinion are valid. But if I, because I think his comment was geared towards people coming together to the old order coming together. And I think he picked up that comment from when I alluded to the fact that, or rather, when you asked the question, if Wike would, probably be a force to reckon, or if he falls out with PDP. One thing is we have to know is that reality, we must know reality. Sowore is going up and down, shouting revolution now. If any of these that Sowore calls thief leaves their party, comes into AAC, Sowore will do absolutely jack all, nothing. Absolute nothing. Because
sorry, I didn't hear you, Njenje, the last thing you said.
You see, you're not using a very good phone, and
it's phone, no verse.
It only happens. It happens with you and the one on top of you.
Don't worry, continue. You say when the people come, Sowore will do what?
No, I said Sowore will do nothing.
If they come to AAC.
Yes. Is he going to pursue them? What is he going to do? Let's be realistic here. You see,
I will reply when you finish.
Yeah, I mean, if we are, I understand, and it bothers me sometimes. I understand, and that's why personally, I was happy that the conversation between Labour Party and the Kwankwasia broke down, because I thought this marriage, Some of you in the Pentecostal realm will say, do not unequally yoked with, you can complete the rest. So, and when you look at that, that is me thinking that politics is like Mars. If I tell you A, it remains A, and I don't mind, I can go to sleep. If you don't like it, probably go and look for where they have a NEPA and a transformer that is not fenced. But that is not politics. Politics, you have to be able to deal with the good, the bad, the ugly, and the war as well. Because in political campaign, whether you invite them or not, women of virtue may say, okay, we want to use our trade to support your ministry. They are not giving to you, but they are giving to someone else who is also supporting you. What will you do? It is what they have, it's what they will give. Someone who you do not like the ideas and the ideologies may want to also come and say, we want to render this help. You cannot run a party or a political association solely based on morality. However, there is a very critical element here, is the ability of the person in question who is at the helm of affairs, who has the moral uprightness to say this, in as much as we are going to win this election, but this is the way the government must happen. And it has happened before. If you take Peter Obi, for instance, yes, people say he has moved from party, but check out why he moved from PDP at the initial stage in 2002. He said it himself, that while he was in PDP, he wanted to talk. And people basically said, who is this one now? I mean, he's not a politician, blah, 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 and said things that were uncomplimentary to him. He thought, nah, I can't, deal with this type of people. He moved into APCA. Anambra State is barely the most, not because I'm from that state. It's one of the toughest states to govern, where you have billionaires, and most of them have interest in government, entrenched, where the headquarters of Godfatherism. But question then is, how was it able in all this trajectory, able to maneuver and held everything together that Anambra State peace began to reign? Did he begin because those before commingled state resources? Did he do that? No. Those before allocated lands in choice areas in states and in other neighboring states. Did he do that? No. Did he, acquire, like he normally says, that he goes to America and people tell him to come and buy a house in Atlanta here, this, that. Did he do that? No. So it's about the individual in question. I understand that, I understand the passion that all of us want. We want to, if you ask me what I want, I would want to lock up all these old people that have failed us, lock them up in a room. I may not, do anything unbecoming to them, but at least just to hold them at bay and let us bring young, fresh blood. But that, my brother, that is not a reality. That is, utopic, because it's not going to. And that is actually what led us where we are, because when the military came in, when they struck, they had this idea of, oh, these people you've rotten. Okay, do away with them. Do away with them and let's have fresh people. You have the same fresh people. They come and they become worse. Move into the states, in the streets in Nigeria now and pick random people. They will be worse than those we have in the National Assembly. However, when El-Rufai worked in Abuja, and when even Peter, as he said, when he made Anambra State move from the 26th position in WAEC and NOCO to number 4, no new teachers were hired, no teachers were sacked, but the same people that were there doing things in a jaga manner before were the same people that started getting training, retraining to the point that they began to see that things are now being done differently. What am I alluding to? To your point, it will be, ideally to see people, every old order removed. But if we also as a people come together and begin to demand, because that is constant demanding. That's why other democracies are much better than us. Not where people come out to protest, and you say those that we pay taxes that ought to protect you and I, they are gone at you and I just for protesting. Instead of saying no, we should protect these individuals. Because if we come together to begin to demand for good governance, winning this election is not even, we're having this conversation pre-election. This conversation must intensify in the middle of the election and after the election. Whoever, it doesn't matter. I pity, my final submission here, I pity whoever will win 2023. When Nigerians are now awake, whoever wins that election will have people's opposition, not party opposition, people's opposition from day one. What you see today happening, be it in Abeokuta, Ibadan, or anywhere, will become a norm. As long as, and that's where you and I come in here, we must hold whoever that is going to come in as the next president to the minimum, the barest minimum, because we're not calling for an anama-elect. No one should be able to shoot you because I do not like your face. And that is where we must get Nigeria. That you and I decide, be it revolution now, whatever you call it, it is your right. It is your God freaking given right that no one should look you and shoot you because you say he must do A and he must do B. Thank you very much, Ayu.
Thank you. Thank you. I was looking for Shore's video. So that was why I was looking for the videos of things Shore said in that interview yesterday. Chidi, I'll come to you to respond, but let me go to Viet first. So Viet, what do you have to say?
I think that I see reason with the Dr. Chidi's viewpoint and even that of Mazi. And I think the best thing that will happen to Nigerians going forward is that after the election, we find a reason, the Concosia movement, the Take It Back movement, and the Obedient movement, we find a common ground to come together going forward. Because just what Dr. Chidi is saying, the only reason that this so-called elite, this so-called power monger begin always stay ahead of all the masses is because they have unity and they have unity of purpose. That unity of purpose is power. That's why regardless of what happened to them, they will find a way to come together based on that purpose that they have, which is to claim power. Whatever they do with it is on their own interest. Now, the Concosia movement, over the years, they've learned the hard way too, through Buhari losing and losing and losing. But they did not deter from the struggle. They went back to the trenches. They went back to grassroots and started playing local politics. And today, you are seeing their headway begin via Concoso. The same thing happened to Dr. Chidi, where with the Showore movement. Showore were just like the Obedience now, they were everywhere. Bah, 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 bah. But just like what Mike Tyson say, you just say you get power until they blow you for face, then you come down. They get dealt in on the face during the last two elections, and I expect them to start fighting each other and just go away. But no, I found out that they are now on the ground within our local communities, preaching what Showore stand for, and to me that's progress. So what I hope the Obedience will actually learn from these two examples, that at the end of 2023, if Obi did not win, are they going to start blaming themselves? Or are they going to say, you know what, this is a movement, we are going to continue. And our ability for us to come together, these three movements, that's like 70% of the Nigeria in total, both the north and the south. And that is a force that will put these leaders, these elites on their toes going to 2027 or 2031. But until then, it go on a long thing. We have to find this our energy. I'm very happy that we are learning as we go on. Just like as I said about taking back movement. I'm happy that they've learned the hard way that not by shouting, by traveling to campaign, it is local. So if we can come together with a unity of purpose, whatever we want, we have a few obvious point of view or ideology without of Congo, so take it back and obedient. But the most one thing I know that unite we have in common is that we are all talakawas. We are all at the receiving end of all this mess. So if we can put our ideology on the table and refine it and go forward, we can change the status of that country. But other than that,
God
bless us.
Obi, thank you. Dr. Chedi.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me start by answering this person that said why he stopped answering why he stopped following Shore, because he said President Goodluck Jonathan asked him to join his administration. You see, people work with half information. It is because people kept accusing Shore of bringing in Buhari, but they failed to understand. No, they keep accusing Shore that he was against Jonathan, but they failed to understand that it was Shore that stood by Goodluck Jonathan when Yar'Adua and his people, Yar'Adua was dead, and they refused Goodluck Jonathan from assuming the presidency as the vice president. So after that was done, Goodluck Jonathan wanted to compensate Shore, and Shore said, what I did is not for you. I did what I always do. I make sure that things are done well. I do it for everybody, every tenor. I just wanted to correct that person because the person didn't understand. I don't want to go much into that. Now, Mazi Zoke said something that after the elections, you see, and Ovie pointed that out too. What matters is what usually happens after the elections. My uncle, His Excellency Peter Obi, what did he do after the elections? What do people normally do? After the elections, Shore stayed on the scene. So it wasn't about, I just want to be president. It wasn't, but people that wait till when it's time to be president, you come and become president, you should also consider that, because people want to dismiss that, oh, Shore is just running for presidency. No, or the AAC or the Revolution Now group. No. And now, we also said something about, Mazi Zoke said, it's politics. It's the way politics is played. But there's a huge problem with that. And that is the problem that we have. A problem where, and I will always make reference to VA, there are two tribes in Nigeria. There are two political parties. There are two sets of people. It is the oppressed and the oppressors. And the oppressors, incidentally, I hope this is not coming from me.
Yeah, I'll find out who. Keep going.
Okay. So, you see, the oppressors are united against the oppressed. That's always the problem. Whether you're obedient, whether you're conqueror, whether you're a show-race person, whether you're nobody, you are part of the oppressed, because the oppressors, they've eaten our money. They have their big bullion van. They have, when they want to play police, they play with your money. You may not be able to beat them at that level. And that brings us to the point about being a political party and excluding people. There is no way AAC has excluded anybody from being a member. And that's not the point. But just like you said, when you go, what do I know about politics? After all, I ran for governorship. When you make alliances in Nigerian politics, it's not a my alliance. It's not a joking thing. Anybody can come and join AAC. You don't have a right to stop anybody. If Abacha comes from the dead, even as much as I hate him, and he buys AAC card, he becomes a member. If Peter Obi buys AAC card, he becomes a member. That is not what we're talking about. But if you are going to come to AAC as these people come with their ideology, with everything they have, and you want to tell me that I'm just going to accept a criminal, you want to tell me that if Tinubu comes right now, we have a party, we have party executive, we have our councils, they will sit and this party will talk to this party. We will not. That's where my problem is. You cannot tell me that if Peter Obi goes to sit with IBB and says, he's a Nigerian now, there's nothing wrong with him, and he sits with Atiku and he says that Atiku is his mentor. Do you know what it means for somebody to say that this person is my mentor? And this is a political contest where it's ideology, it's principles against the other person's ideas and principles. You're telling me that it doesn't matter. Then we might as well. No, we'll just go and just allow these people just come and take over. Why are we wasting our time? That's my problem. So don't mix it up. And we're talking about people coming to you with their beliefs, with their ideologies. Peter Obi was in PDP. When he was in PDP, and you said when they didn't give him a room to talk, he left. No, he didn't leave like that. He was in PDP. He could have, if Atiku won the election with everything that PDP stands for, ideology, everything, Peter Obi would have been the vice president of Nigeria. He believed in whatever they believed in. All the corruption that was in PDP was there when Peter Obi was there, and he accepted it. When did he not accept it? Okay, when you now move over to Labour Party has its own ideology. They have their principles, they have their vision, they have their mission. So when you now move from one party that has a vision, they has everything, and you now move to the other, I begin to wonder, what is really your vision? What is really your ideology? What do you believe in? Or you just adopt any place you come, you adopt their, because you cannot not like Labour Party and be in Labour Party. No.
Chidi, may I ask you, when did Donald Trump join Republican?
You see where we make another mistake again. America is America, Nigeria is Nigeria. No, if you want to,
my brother, listen,
oranges to apple.
No, we can't listen. We can't pick and choose.
We can't pick and choose now, because I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to ask you another thing. If you want to use, you can't even use America as an example, because the same place. Does the police? What are you even trying to compare? Nigeria, where Boko Haram, where you can't even protect a local government.
No, sorry. No. We are talking about, this is not about, we know Nigeria has its challenges, but what we are saying is, I made allusion to what happened in the year 2002.
Okay.
Now, and I said when he left PDP in 2002, before the 2003 election, Peter Obi was in the PDP, and I told you how he left. You said you're bringing it, fast forwarding it to 2022. Sorry, 20 years in between. Now, APGA.
It's not 2022. He joined around. He was there for the 2018 election.
No, I mean when he left again. Now, not be this year he leave. Not be a couple of months.
Oh, okay, he left again. But when did he come back to PDP?
Well, honestly, that was during the time of Jonathan. I don't.
So he was there.
Hold on. No, but hold on.
Obi at best is a politician. I don't know what we're arguing about. He's a politician, Nigerian politician at that.
No.
I just got to work.
This argument, sorry, gentlemen, this argument to me, let's keep going around. The whole point that I want us to make is, Chidi is saying when politicians come in, and I put it to you today in AAC. If any of these politicians wants to join the AAC, there is nothing, and absolute nothing anybody in the party can do.
We can do. No, there is something we can do. When Kwankwaso, no, come on now. Okay, but you said that you were happy that Kwankwaso and the Obi movement could not come to an agreement.
Exactly, because the agreement, the agreement was, if it was not about position, because the agreement, the departure, which Kwankwaso himself said on a national TV, that there is nobody from the southeast that runs for the presidency, that the north, quote unquote.
But they didn't agree. Njenje, they didn't agree.
Okay, hold on.
Are you not listening?
Let me make a comment before I leave, because I'm already at work and I just came back on the. I thought Nnamdi was Aliu, where this beautiful my brother from Medogri car. So I didn't even know that was the man that speaks a very thunderous voice like this. They are very intimidating. Even if they make you a minister of interior or whatever, in order it will not happen. I can't even wait for this election to be gone. If I have fasted in my life, I will fast. If you guys ask me where did I stand on the issue of why can't I be decisive whether it's Obi, I'm going to declare I'm not for Obi. And I will never be for Obi, because Obi is a politician. I know Jagaban. I know Atiku. I know their lies. I added in my place says that you better the lion you know is better than the dog or goat you don't know. This man is a pretender, he color himself, and I understand the movement of it's our turn. What the Easterners and the people are doing is no different from what Jagaban said. It's not different. It's just like they didn't say it's our turn in the recent. Let the people of Nigeria, let's keep believing and keep working hard. It's a long walk to freedom, but hopefully in my lifetime, just like we see Obama become a president in America that people never expected. So I hope one day I see that person, whether it will be Dr. Damages transformed from this platform to become a president, but none of these people that
John Abba, you are scared to say who you are supporting. Everybody here can.
You think you've been a journalist for a very long time, so you can trick me to say what I want.
No, he's John Abba. I can tell you, we are moving to the site.
No, John Abba is Concosia.
I will come under the Asher Rock where I will drink wine with a big calabash.
All right, John Abba, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good. Let's hear your view. I'm happy that Dr. Chidi is here because the Shura people are leaving me alone now. They know that they have a spokesperson here.
I won't even be for long. I was waiting for 2 hours.
This is not really about Shura people or no Shura people. I quite understood very well what Dr. Chidi, the point is raising, because personally, I can't really say today that I'm fully support of Obi, not because he's not a good among the three, major this thing now that it's not the best, but because of the complexity of the problem that we're having in Nigeria, because of the situation in Nigeria, that I believe that this election, no matter who you elect there, cannot solve the problem, because Nigeria, the problem in Nigeria is so deep for one person to come, except that person is of Fulani stock that will continue to perfect the they have already put in motion. But it's so deep for anybody to come outside the Fulani stock to reverse all the evil, all the atrocities that these people, in collaboration with the politicians as we know it today, have done to the damages they have done to Nigeria. The only person, back forward, that's the 2019 election, during the time Showore come out, was the only one for the first time in my life that I believed candidates in Nigeria, and that was Showore during that time. And I did personally, I knew all I did from the United States, talking to all my peers, my school, my fellow student classmates when we were in school, in all the platform I was, telling them the needs that we should get this guy to become our president. And what they have always told me, come on, doesn't have any structure. Nobody know him. I said, but you can make him to be known, okay? Because I believe, the reason why I believed in him is that he understood the complexity of Nigeria, and he understood that there's no way Nigeria can go forward without bringing to account, without bringing to book all these evil people that have Nigeria. There is just no way. And somebody like Peter Obi, I don't see him. I know people who will argue that, oh, he's a quiet man. He wouldn't say what he wouldn't want to divulge what he's going to do to them when he come on board. But I still don't believe him that he's going to be able to do to these evil people, and will handle them.
Okay, Jude, hold on. Thank you so much. Can I hold on? Let me just make sure, Femi, because we have not heard from some people here. They are here. It's important that we get everybody involved. Femi, do you have anything to say? I'm sorry. It looks like these dominating characters.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the economic discussion. I'll pass it on for now.
Okay. All right. Alexi, do you have anything to say?
Okay. Release Nnamdi Kanu.
Oh, you are going off for
yes. No, that's part of it. That's part of it. They should release him. They should release him. That will lower the situation, which may lead to perhaps no election. And The call for referendum is still in place. It should be honored. Yes, yes. And we just have to know that the game is in our hands. But we have external forces that will make whatever change we want to make null and void by the time they will start their action. I have had the explanations and the hopes and expectations from Obi. Obi is a good guy. He's very, very good. He is a better answer to where Nigeria is now. But there are bigger things after him, before or even after him. And if we don't sort those things out, we'll just work for nothing.
All right. Thank you. Can you can go ahead.
Yes, I have something to say concerning the Showore thing. Showore is a good guy.
Yes.
Without Obi, I may be talking about Showore, but I still have my reservations when it comes to Showore. I would like to see his antecedents. You can't just pick presidential ticket and give to someone that you have nothing to look back on and say, oh, this is what he has done in the past. And because of that, hold on. And because of that, I will be trusting him to propel the country to the right direction. Now, coming back to healthy democracy. In a healthy democracy, you need a good activist and a good politician or a good leader. Showore is a good activist. He's doing well on that. And to balance the democracy, we need Showore to continue his work as an activist. Trying to push him into presidency is trying to deny good leaders from coming
It's good.
to Aso Rock. So the political leadership is meant for good leaders.
All right.
Activism is meant for activists. So Showore is good at that. Can we just leave him on what he's doing better?
No, dude, no. 30
seconds.
No, dude, no, not even 1 second. Chidi, we have to move on, but I want you to respond. But Chidi, before you respond to Ekene, I want to, people were talking about, I know you must have had this, and I know Showore also must have addressed it, but you may use this opportunity to also talk about this. People saying that he brought Buhari, and I'll leave it for you to answer, but if he brought Buhari, why can't he bring himself? But anyway, people saying that he should run for the Senate, he should, address those things, because this is an opportunity. You're speaking for a wider group. You have to mute yourself, Chidi. Why are you talking? We don't hear you.
You muted me now. See, the thing is, you want to give a dog a bad name, when you want to kill it. The thing that gladdens my heart is that everybody ends up saying, Showore try, Showore is good. But I've never heard this aspect that Kenneth just said right now. And that's just the capping on the eye. People will call me from Nigeria and I'm in Toronto. I said, Chidi, do you see what's happening? Are you not going to do protests? I'm like, how stupid can you be? Me in Canada, be doing protests for the light you don't have in Nigeria. Should be I'm professional. Showore left his place in America. How wicked can people be? He's been in Nigeria. He left his wife and kids. His nose has been broken. He's been in detention for how many years? Do you know what it means? And you are telling me that Showore is a good protester. It's good for him to be protesting while government is that's the most wicked thing you can tell a human
being. That's what activists
No. Let me have my time. Showore, as a student union, you're talking about as antecedent. Yes, he was a student union president. He stood before the army tanks. He fought for this democracy that we're enjoying today. And you look at it, you are sitting on the present democracy, and you don't know the people that go and read your history now. Showore had an online magazine. Yes, online, but it is it is people's myopicness that makes them think that online company is nothing. Who is Jeff Bezos? What is Facebook? What is Twitter? You don't even know that they are online structures that are making a lot of money. So when you hear that somebody established a Sahara Reporters magazine that BBC was quoting, CNN was quoting, you don't see that as an accomplishment. You know, so when you keep talking about you have to look back at what the person did, it's very funny. But if you've not heard anything from me, this thing that you just said right now, being somebody that is close to Shore, someone that is close to his family, somebody that knows the things that he has done for us as a people, and for you to look at him and say, oh boy, just keep protesting. That's very wicked, my brother. Then coming to the one about Shore bringing in Buhari, Shore was doing his journalism, the same journalism he did with IBB, the same thing he did with Obasanjo, the same thing he did with Yaradua, being a critic, exposing the people in leadership. That's what he did with Jonathan. That time, I was a member of the Transformation Ambassadors of Nigeria. I was part of the team for PDP that we are writing the things for Jonathan. I was PDP supporter. I did not like Shore. Shore was exposing people. But the problem PDP had was you couldn't match what he was exposing. He was just doing his job. APC was just standing behind what he was doing and pushing it forward. And that helped them to win the election. All PDP had to do was counter everything Shore was doing and say that they are lies and win your election. That's what they had to do.
Dr. Shidi, we are saying the same thing, right? I'm not being wicked. I'm only emphasizing what you're saying. Showore is good in exposing, right? Politicians compromise in order to bring good governance. So will Showore be able to compromise exposing in order to bring about good leadership? Will he be able to do that?
I will just tell Showore tomorrow to go to the street again and face army while whether you're in America or somewhere eating your food. Good, you're very, very good.
You have to. Okay, actually, when you say food, you have to mention the food. Hamburger. That's what he eats.
Hamburger. Why the young man?
I don't eat hamburger.
So it's So finally, Rudolph, because thank you so much for having me. Mazes, okay, it's good to see you again. Can all of you doing a good job? I have to leave right now. But you see, the people who think that they like Shore's activism, they think Shore did well. I hope you remember it tomorrow, because we are telling ourselves we want to do experiment. What we're about to do right now is not what we just went back to something that around NSAS we said we are done with. Just remember that tomorrow, because if we continue like this, I think we know the result. Thank you so much, my people.
All right, thank you. We appreciate you, Dr. Chidi. I'm happy that
can I conclude and take a leave?
Okay, I wanted James to speak, and I see Dr. Deplora is here. But
all right, let them go there. Let them go there. I'll go.
Yeah.
Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead. Since he want to leave.
Okay. Bia, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, this is my last remark. Dr. Chidi will ask, Dr. Rudolph will ask, what is keeping you sleepless night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All I hear from this new candidates, yes, Shore is there fighting the elite. Kudos to him. Obi is angry with the whole system that he belongs to. That's fine. But there's a man who has been actually working for the poor people of Nigeria, the Talakawas, and that is Dr. Rabiu Musa Konkosu. He's been working. It's not just representing them. He's been working for the Talakawas for over 32 years. This is a man that will walk into any family of 5, 10, and take like 2, 3 of them. Say you have to go to the same school the elites are going to. Send them abroad. These are testimonies that are there for you guys to go and verify. So there's somebody who's already working for the poor. Why not support him instead of a man that is angry with everybody and the other guy that is fighting the elite that cannot win? Let's come to our level. Let's unite and actually follow a man that has been working for us.
All right, Ovie, thank you so much.
Ovie,
Mr. Ovie,
I hope you know that even you.
Mr. Ovie, let me tell Mr. Ovie something before he leaves.
Okay, go ahead.
If he is fighting for the Talakawa, they are the root cause of this Talakawa problem. When Awolowo in the 50s, 1950 something, declared free primary education in Western Nigeria, they refused to send their children to schools. Now, their deficiencies is catching up on them. Why should the whole nation carry the problem on their heads?
Don't
So
worry.
that's a good question. Let's call a spade a spade. We've come a very long way in this country, and people are tired of saying they are tired. When people are moving forward and you are busy running backward, I mean, you should not hold anybody responsible. I'm not the cause of Talakawa. I received free education in Benden State. Free, absolutely free, because of political policies. My elders created a world I never lived in, which I'm not living in. So it is his problem, is their problem. We are tired of saying we are tired. Anyway,
my question to Ovia is, he appears not to be a genuine Kwankwasia. One, he has no Kwankwasia cap. Two, if he follows his Kwankwasia movement to the place where they do their meeting, the first thing they will do is to actually cut his hair first to see if they will initiate him into the Kwankwasia movement. So, Ovia, start with wearing your head cap.
Kindly let me finish what I was saying, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to say. Now here is a group of Nigerians. Most of you are youth discussing national problems. You are finding it terribly difficult to see things from each other's perspectives. And you are saying you want to take over leadership from the old men. I agree. The old generation has been grossly irresponsible. There's no doubt about that. I think it was on this program, a platform I was saying some time ago, the people who created the problems we are grappling with now are youths.
Mm-hmm.
When Yakubu Gowon was head of state, he was 32 or so.
33.
Obasanjo was 39 or thereabout. What's his name? Alfred Dieter Spieth of River State was crossing from 24 to 25. Ogbemudia was in his 30s or so when they took over government. They laid the foundation of these problems we are grappling with. So if the youth of today cannot see things from each other's point of view, not that they are quarreling over ideologies like capitalism or socialism or what have you, but I mean, these are, I don't know what to call it. It means that we are really in for a very big trouble. Because what I'm foreseeing is this: the country is inching towards one of two things. There could be a civil war, or there could be a revolution. Because if you look at the major revolutions on earth, particularly those that spice the history of Europe, they were not planned. It's just spontaneous, just like NSAS movement. These were spontaneous movements that changed their societies. Because if we want to rely on the youth or the old men, from what I'm seeing, we will never see the promised land, let alone get in there.
All right. Thank you, James.
Let me start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me agree to disagree with you. There's nothing spontaneous in politics. Not with the Arab Spring. None of them is spontaneous. That's the mistake we are making.
It was not planned.
You started that
year. The French Revolution was not planned. Arab Spring was not planned. Nobody sat down to plot the strategies. Events happened spontaneously and people reacted.
That's a debate.
Actually, the Chinese Revolution of Chairman Mao Zedong.
Okay,
that's a debate I would like to engage with you on another day, because I'm totally saying no to what you are saying. But again, you make mention of, you cite Awolowo as a great example. There's no doubt about that. That man, in terms of educational sector, he's still leading in terms of the revolution he brought to the education sector. But I will put it to you today. Come back next week, Saturday. Please take your time to do research on what Konkosa has done in the education space. If there's anybody currently living that will match what he has done educationally
in the north.
I will decamp from Konkosea and join anyone you ask me to join. If there's anybody alive today that has done anything revolutionary in terms of education in Nigeria as a whole, compared to Konkoso, I will decamp to anybody you want me to decamp to. Just take your time and do your research.
I will do
All
the
right.
research. I
All
will.
right.
I promise you.
All right, James. Over, hold on. Ovia, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And
My man.
yeah, Dr. Deployer, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Nice to see you.
Yeah. Thank God I've been listening and following what is going on for the past 4 hours or more. And I'm happy to have Njenje Media here. First and foremost, Njenje Media, I'll have to ask you on your own platform if you can do exactly what Dr. Damages is doing. It will give a lot of us opportunity to air our view, because I remember on your platform, you only give 30 seconds at times. So expand the time frame so that we can be able to contribute on your own platform. Now, based on how Nigeria is created, we have been living in denial. Last Saturday, I contributed here, but I was so angry. Today, I don't want to be angry. I just want to sound very, very diplomatic. So Nigeria was created in a way that these people from the southeast Nigeria are hated by everybody. Let us not pretend. Let Nigerians stop pretending. That is why the wind of change that is blowing is coming from southeast, and everybody is now contributing every idea, how to make things difficult for a presidential candidate. All the years that the North has been producing people without brain to rule Nigeria. I don't see people flogging every television house, or filling television houses to ask certain questions. What do you do? What do you not do? How I wish I met Dr. Chidi here. Dr. Chidi have to know very well that in Showere's issue, these are two different things. The way Nigeria is built is that you cannot come from ordinary person to bring a revolution in Nigeria. It's very difficult. Showere actually tried to his own limit, but you know that Showere was treated like a kid and a child in 2019. And if you watch the interviews, the debates that were done on TVs, I followed Showere, I followed the whole changes. You can see that when Showere begins to make a point, they will begin to make as if the connectivity is so bad. You won't hear the point Showere was making. In every of the interview where Showere has appeared in channels, in Arise TV, he was intimidated. Any good point he was making, you will see either people are talking from the background, making a loud noise so that you wouldn't hear what he's saying. I don't know why Nigerians don't even talk about it. Even Showere himself, when he came out from all those interviews, he could not even tell them. Why is it that each time I'm talking, the network will be bad on TV houses? But when Buhari and Osibanjo is talking, network will be very clear for people to hear.
Hold on, Dr. Deploy, hold on. So what we are going to do, I'll give you an assignment. Tomorrow, next week on Saturday, before Saturday, can you send me the video where there was this thing you are talking about? Just one or two. Just send me 2 videos where Showere was making a point and the network went bad. Send it to me. I'll play it on this show because I watched.
Jesus Christ! All of you here, nobody knows about it in Channels TV, in Arise TV. None of you.
Hold on. I watched the interview for yesterday's interview. I watched it live from the beginning to the end. I didn't see
2019. I'm talking about, not now, not yesterday. 2019.
Okay, I don't
2019, yeah, when Buhari and the stuff that brought in this calamity, these last 4 years we are facing now, all the TV mainstream media that Showere appeared, we are just problem. You won't hear anything he's saying. When once he begins to make a point, you will see the whole thing will make a some point they were making a very loud noise at the background so that they will cover the whole thing Showere is saying. Nigerians should be so bright. So why the same thing would have happened to Peter Obi? That's where I'm going.
Okay.
Peter Obi, the same thing would have happened to him if Peter Obi has not been a part of these very people. They will treat him the same way, like a dog, like nobody. Why they cannot play that pranks on Peter Obi is because Peter Obi belongs to a group. You can be a non-smoker. You belong with people who smoke Indian hemp. It all depends on individual. So I don't know why opportunity have come for Nigeria to get it right. And here we are. Every Nigeria, you see them talking about So how can somebody not ask Atiku, what is he looking for in 2023 as a president? What did he forget in Aso Rock? It's a good question to ask Atiku. He didn't forget anything. 8 years with Obasanjo. Buhari has just finished with 8 years disaster. And the Atiku has the gut to come back again from north to come and rule Nigeria. And people are keeping silent. It doesn't make sense.
All right.
Okay, hold on.
If I have opportunity, I will ask him. Finally, Dr. Damages, I know you want to drop me now, but remember I've been here for 5 hours listening to all of you. Give me another 2 minutes, please. Don't shut me up. Please, I've been dying in pain. Now, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you another thing. It is very, very good. These people should know that had it been opportunity that came now for Nigeria to be delivered, not that Peter Obi will do a miracle. Any person thinking of miracle, she's just wasting time. I am not a believer. I have lost hope in Nigeria, as a matter of fact. I have lost hope in Nigeria. Most of us here are clamoring. There may not be election in 2023. The Nigeria might divide. Of course, this has been what the Southeast has been clamoring for since, and everybody saw us as the winch of Nigeria. They saw us as the people who were killing Nigerians. Now the whole Nigerians have known that the people killing them are the Fulanis. Every one of us here knows. But in the mainstream media, they won't allow you to mention Fulanis as the killers. They want you to call them bandits. Don't call them terrorists, call them bandits, so that America will not be hearing terrorists and be paying attention. And everybody is dancing to that tune. Who are we kidding? Mind you very well that if they had brought Ojo Zokalo, if they had brought what do you call it, Okorocha, to come to be the person coming from Southeast, there will be Nigerians will be left with a two choice. Either you follow the Tinubu with his terrorist assistant that is already waiting by the sideline to deal with these Igbos that he has been planning for. Even the videotape that they made between him and the governor of Ogun State, Nigerians are not even paying attention. Any day you meet him in any channel, somebody should pick on to ask him, that voice there, were you the one? This question should have to come up. Nigerians don't ask, they ask blunt question. You want to see Peter Obi to ask him, what will you do for Nigeria? What will you build for Nigeria? What will you do this? God had planned Nigeria that this year, you people will be delivered from all these shackles. That is why in the whole Southeast, they gave you Peter Obi. The only person that can be able to beat every doubt in Nigerian people's mind. That's why in Sokoto, you see people shouting Peter Obi. You see people shouting Peter Obi in Kano. You see people shouting Peter Obi in Zaria. Because God never wanted them to bring all the criminals we have. And Peter Obi, as God may have it, he didn't know, unknowingly, he planned his future very, very well. Ruling Anambra for 8 years, being Fidelity Bank general manager or whatever for how many years? No dent on his clothes. No dent. He prepared this 40, 50 years ago. All these other criminals in Igbo land, they were eating their tomorrow every day, eating it. That is why you can't hear them talking. They're not talking. They're all quiet, like vultures, waiting to see when the wind of this victory will come towards Peter Obi finally. All of them will begin to, I want to join. Nigerians, have patience. Peter Obi wants to bring into Nigeria politics, a kind of politics where you don't jump from PDP in the morning, APC in the night, PROP in the afternoon. He wants to bring a situation where as soon as you come up, as soon as Nigeria begin to practice it, what you have to see is ideology. If you believe that Oduduwa should be a country, stand on it until Jesus Christ come. Not tomorrow you will believe from Oduduwa, next tomorrow you are not more Oduduwa, like America does. A Republican does not wake up in the morning and become a Democrat. You guys in America, am I correct? Dr. Damages, you are in America, is that right?
Well done.
That is what Peter Obi want to bring to Nigerian system, where people will not be jumping, where you have an ideology of what you're pursuing. This vice president of what do you call it, Tinubu can be able to stand. Everybody will know him as somebody who supports the influx of Fulanis coming to kill Nigerians. They will know him, and he will not be ashamed to say it. He will stand by it that Fulanis are Nigerians wherever they are. But they forgot that the Yorubas equally have brothers outside Nigeria. Togolese, in Cotonou. Supposing Yorubas open their territories for those who want to come in, and we, the Igbos, open our territory for Bakassi people who are now in Cameroon, and the southern Cameroon people, the Amazonians to come in. Nobody is a fool. But we are just fearing because we don't want to go to jail. Let us say the truth and die.
Dr. Deployer, thank you so much.
Deployer.
What you said threw me away was I had to respect the fact that you've been watching for 5 hours. So
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Let you have your say. Lux, welcome to the show. I know a lot of people want to continue the conversation, but we have to round up at one point. So let me, before I want, okay, I'm happy you are here. I want to play a video so that the Peter Obi people will know that our people here are interested in having them and getting them on the show so that we can have this kind of conversation where people will be able to talk to him. So let's play Peter Obi promising that it will happen.
Starting with the first person is Rudolph Okonkwo, whom I'm sure you probably know is one of the biggest critics. I'm just reading the names of the people that are already in the studio. Please don't sign out, even if you are not seeing your picture yet. But Abuchi Oi Ola and Chukwu Dala, Joshua, Ahana, Judah, Osamudiane, you all are in the studio. Grace and Eta.
Is there somebody's my
and one of your biggest critics.
He's
on your stage.
Nobody's my critics. Everybody. They're all contributing.
Yeah, exactly.
Critics are people who also help you to do better. So
please, you only have 10 seconds. I'm sorry. Just go straight to your point. Say your first name. Go straight to whatever you want to ask. I beg of you. The man is tired.
No
we
problem.
Appreciate his time and the event. He's enjoying it. What they are trying to drag him out since. He says he's enjoying the interview. Sir. Go and start the program. He will come later.
All right.
So please, once you get in the studio, sir. Yes, please go straight to your question. Please don't drag anything. Rudolph Okonkwo, you have 10 seconds.
Governor, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay.
Governor, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Governor, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate this time to talk to you.
What's your question, Rudolph?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So my question is very simple. Most people in Nigeria, they believe that the country is broken. The country is like a car that is that knocked engine and it doesn't need a new driver, that it needs to be fixed. The engine needs to be fixed, but you want to be the driver of the car, that the engine is not. Let me read you what your hero, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu said. I know, we have to frame it very well. The Federation, this was in 1969. He said that the Federation of Nigeria is as corrupt, and oppressive and irreformable as the Ottoman Empire was in Eastern Europe over a century ago. And in contrast, the Federation of Nigeria, in the form it was constituted by the British, cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, be considered an African necessity. Yet we are being forced to sacrifice our very existence as a people to the integrity of that ramshackle creation that has no justification either in history or in the freely expressed wishes of the people. So the question is this: was Ojukwu wrong in 19? I'm sorry, somebody sent this video to me. I've not watched it before I played it. It didn't even get to what I wanted to play. I wanted to get to where he said that he will reach out, and I hope that we'll bring him on this show. I'm saying this when Ginger Media is here, so that whenever Maz is okay, our people here, the audience here, they would like to have the former governor be on the show. So please help us keep passing the message. Thank you, Lux. I want to come to you. Welcome to the show. Tell us where you're joining us from.
Oh, thank you, Rudolph, Dr. Damages. I really appreciate being here today with you guys. I've been listening for quite some time now, and I also appreciate all the panelists. Everyone is very much entitled to their own opinions. You know, what prompted me to comment or to join was when I was listening to engineer Dr. Chidi. he spoke about Sowore, and he also spoke about Obi and how he appears to be in cahoots with past politicians. And I wanted to, enlighten him a little bit. Every one of us, nobody's above being, learning, and we should all be teachable. So I wanted to enlighten him a little bit about political education and how these things work. You see, this is why I kind of see him and most people who are in the Showere's camp as activists and not politicians. And I think at some point, the Showere camp should begin to build a kind of synergy and begin to move from activism, to politics in a proper way. You have to understand that politics does not involve morality. It's not that, it doesn't work that way. Yes, we can choose a leader who has an upright moral standards, but then the process of politics as a whole, you cannot judge it based on morality. You'll be making a great mistakes. It's just like a war. That was why I recommended books for Dr. Chidi to read. I don't know if he's watching anywhere he is. I recommended him to read The Prince by Machiavelli. I recommended him to read books that are all over the place: The 48 Laws of Power, Sun Tzu, The Art of War. It's not for him to apply those political philosophy in today's world. No, but it will give him an idea of what the people like Peter Obi is facing, right? Morality is not in this picture when it comes to political process. We have to understand how these things functions, right? It's all about alliance. And if you show your enemies your hand, it's just like the game of chess. If you show your hand, you get outplayed. Showore is a very truthful person. He is very blunt. He's showing his hand. When he plays his card, we all know what he's gonna do. The political elites in Nigeria knows what Showore will do to them, and they will build resistance upon resistance for them not to go down. And this is what he need to understand. It's not a game of morality. And that was why I came on the show to, push some light, show some light to that. And also the guy, one of your other guests, he's left now. He talked about what Kwankwaso did in education. Yes, he really did some stuff in education. He built schools and all that, glossy looking schools shining everywhere. But when it comes to academics, I'm sorry about it. It's not about the building. We judge people by the numbers. We judge by the data. What is the data saying? Until the people in Kano begin to measure up with the rest of the southern states, then we should begin to talk about Kwankwaso and what he did in education. I'm not here to, downplay other candidates, but let us understand how generally, which I know most of us here knows, how generally politics works. There is no morality. We're gonna do it in a way. People like Peter Obi will clean the road for people like Sowore to come in, because in this Buhari dispensation, we can't even go on the street to protest. People get shot at, people get killed. So you need somebody who understands the rule of law, someone who understands that human life is very much important, so that people can even go on the street and exercise their civic duties, which protest is. They can't do it right now. So that is why someone like Peter Obi will be able to prepare a way for someone like Sowore, because Sowore is a greater threat to the political elites in Nigeria. They rather die than to allow him to come to power. I rest my case. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate your contribution. I just want to announce for those who are watching, who want to, Shore will be on Dr. Chidi's show tomorrow at 5 p.m. Nigerian time and 12 p.m. Toronto time. So if you want to see Shore and asking questions on your own, you can join Dr. Chidi on WMTV Canada tomorrow at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. All right. Femi has been patient here. He really wants to talk about the economy, and I played a video of the vice president in Washington D.C. Approaching. They were meeting the American officials, talking about how to help Nigeria. We all know we're talking about politics, and we know that whoever comes in as president next year will face something that is unprecedented. You have a country that is broke. There is no money to pay salaries. There is no money to pay back the money we are borrowing. I mean, it's a terrible thing. You have a country, you are going to be president when the first day in office, the oil subsidy is removed. You have serious crisis in your hands. It's not going to be easy for whoever becomes the president. So the vice president was here, and based on the news reports we're getting, basically telling the American government to help to get some of these debts forgiven, so that Nigeria will contribute its own quota in climate change. So that's the trade-off. So we'll talk about it briefly, and then we'll close with what keeps you up at night. So Femi, help us understand what's going on.
Okay, thank you. This is one of the things that I typically my go-to whenever you ask what keeps us at night. If you recall, several times I'll point to this fact. Now, if these statistics don't mean anything to anybody, then I wonder what else will make sense to us. As of this moment that we are here, our debt profile, according to the woman who I forcefully have come to know her name by force, because she's always appearing on the news when it comes to reading out the level of debt we're in, Mrs. Patient Onia, who's in charge of the debt, the Director General of the Debt Management Office. Our debts as of this moment stands at, maybe that's even what we know, 41.60 trillion naira. Now, this is the same country that Bubu had the audacity to give $1 million to Afghanistan. The same Afghanistan, which the International Monetary Organization, we were always in cahoot with, lets us realize that out of 197 countries in the world that are being rated economically as of this moment again, we are number 195. We only bettered the same Afghanistan and Yemen. Now, the reason why I bring this to point is it's funny, it's sad when the same America that just repatriated extra, is it 20 something?
3 million.
Exactly. You now come over, and right from Nigeria, where we have all the energy, what do you call it? We have different sources of energy. Is it wind in abundance? Wind, solar, gas, hydro. You now leave the same Nigeria and come over here to America or even China, who are not really bent on all these. Yes, they can say with word of mouth about how we're trying to move towards a cleaner energy, but in reality, it's not the truth. You leave Nigeria and come here, and at the same time, on one hand, you're talking about trying to go into energy sustainability. On the other hand, you're asking for debt forgiveness. Forgiveness. Meanwhile, we have wastages that include things like the fact that we're unable to get rid of such a huge chunk of the air fleet, the aircraft that make up the air fleet. And if you recall of the damages, and a lot of us here, one of the things that our dear president stood on, in addition to fighting corruption and security, was getting rid of the many aircraft in that air fleet. But what have we come to realize? Not only have they kept the same amount of air fleets, but they actually use the same aircraft. I don't know if you realize this. They use it to actually ferry some sister president or brother president, including the Niger president. That's what they do. Now, in addition to that, the wastages that we have, because when I listen to that lady, the debt management, what makes me laugh is when she points to the fact that one of the reasons why we find ourselves in this situation is because of the level of the reason why our debt stock is at this point is because of the fact that we're not earning enough net revenue. My question is, what do we produce? After all, again, we keep exporting what we have, things like oil. I mean, what we keep importing what we have and exporting what we don't have. So it is laughable. Again, it's laughable because one of the pictures I saw, one thing, let me just summarize now. One of the pictures one of the abiding pictures I saw from that visit that makes me laugh every time I look at it. Because Nigeria, again, if you don't laugh, you cry, or the other way around, is where Kamala Harris was pointing to. I don't know what she was pointing to. And now it was as if he was just talking to a child. That's just an opinion. It's just unfortunate that this same erudite professor, because the man is very, very smart when it comes to book, but apparently he's not learned from the fact that he's the one that they send on errands, either trader money or when they just want to get rid of him. But basically, and ultimately, I weep for this country. If it remains a country, the person that's going to come in to rule, because I don't even know where they're going to start from with this amount of debt, because we're in serious trouble. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. James, go ahead.
Yes, I think Osibanjo went to the wrong country.
Exactly. I thought about it. China should have been the place to go.
Yeah, I want to look at it from an historical perspective. In Africa, Liberia is a sort of quasi-American colony, the only quasi-American colony. Americans don't have any colony in Liberia. They refer to themselves as the stepchild of America. What has America done for them? Absolutely nothing. When they were fighting their war in the 90s, they had an American military base there. They refused to get involved. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, they removed the military base from Liberia to the Middle East to fight for an undemocratic emir to be restored to power. Now, since we gain in fact, look at our relationship with them. They always talk about trade. For 400 years, Africans were involved in trade with America, slave trade. It did not benefit us. When they got tired of slave trade, they brought legitimate trade, they call it, to mine minerals, agricultural produce, and whatever it is. For how many years? It did not benefit us. Independence came in 1960. We are still trading with them. For how long should we keep on trading? The solution to this problem is industrialization. Nigeria as a country, if we like it or not, must industrialize. That's the only way out to solve the problem of poverty, unemployment, and development. That's just it. Osibanjo went to the wrong country. Please, I'm looking at it from the historical perspective. I'm not an economist.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Can I go ahead?
Yes, I think Mr. Osibanjo is confirming the fact that Nigerians are referring to him as errand boy. So it is when it comes to traveling out the country to speak good grammar that they will remember Osibanjo. It is when they want to send someone into the market to share money that they will remember Osibanjo. Now, remember in 2019, June 2019, Osibanjo was sent to America to meet with Mike Pence over, they call it international relation, right? Now, Osibanjo is sent to US again to meet with Kamala Harris over what they called, I think they call it for Nigeria upholding international rules based on, I don't know, that kind of nonsense, international rule, whatever. But they know what they are falsifying because Nigeria is a country that you should not even mention when it comes to respecting international rules. If Nigeria is a country that have regards over international treaties, why didn't Kamala Harris ask Osibanjo what did they do with international extradition treaties with Kenya that included to extradite Nnamdi Kanu without going through the due process? So why would you be commending Nigeria about international treaties when you know that Nigeria has been disrespecting international treaties? So they are not being truthful to themselves. Now, you, Osibanjo, you're talking about forgiving Nigeria over some useless debt, senseless debt that you guys are amassing. And Kamal Harris, you've forgotten, or maybe I don't think if these people read news like Nigerian news or international news, have they not heard that in February 2018, Monkey swallowed 70 million naira in Nigeria? In 2018, I think in May or June, baboon or whatever, or snake, swallowed about, I think I wrote it out, about $300,000 in Nigeria. In 2019, Ebe 2019, snake or rat swallowed 39 million naira. So where are those monies going to? Did she not know that Nigeria gave Niger Republic $4 billion to build refineries in the Niger Republic when Nigeria has no functional refineries? Can she ask these useless criminal politicians what Nigeria is doing with terrorists? How much money Nigeria is doling out to terrorists? Can she ask them the names of terrorist sponsors that UAE, United Arab Emirates, released to Nigerian Republic, Nigerian government, what they have done with those terrorist sponsors? Can she ask them this question if what they are doing is honest, if they are being honest to themselves? Why is Nigeria allowing ship, a whole ship, to dock into Nigerian dockyard, sip crude oils worth billions of dollars, take it out to Nigeria, sell it, and then Nigerian government will come out and tell us that we are losing crude oil, or the criminals are stealing crude oils? Can she ask them, why are you guys so loose in losing money?
All right, Kenneth, thank you. I don't want to. I said that I will put a new segment where I can question somebody. Just pick one person and question, as a guest, as part of this show. It would have been interesting to do that to you now, but we've done 5 hours. We don't have much time, because I would like to ask you, this is, when you talk about international diplomacy, we have to also understand that that's what's playing out. Different countries with different issues, they go to other countries, their representatives, and they have conversations. There are certain things that are not said in public, and certain things that to be totally undiplomatic for the vice president of the US to be saying what you are saying here. But I understand the issues you are raising, but it's not something you expect to see on an international stage. It doesn't happen. Not because those things are not there, it wouldn't happen. All right, Omori, go ahead.
Yeah, on which place, sir?
Oh, I know. If you're not interested, I think we're rounding up. Let me play a video before we go. We cannot hold on, Murray. Before we go, we cannot go without showing you something happened in Lagos 2 days ago. I think Bishop Kuka had his 70th birthday. Bishop Kuka, 70 years. For those who do not know Bishop Kuka, let me play a video of Bishop Kuka during that event. He was dancing at that event. All right. During that event, politicians went there and they all spoke. Here is Bola Tinubu speaking at the event.
That Nigeria, I'm ready to serve. It's about service to this country. We inherited speaking in tongues from the Bible. But our diversity is a promise for prosperity.
Wow. You know, this would have been quotable if it was actually we inherited speaking in tongue from the Bible.
Now,
you know,
now, can you look at that speech? What relationship has speaking in tongue and the diversity that we inherited according to him? What is the relationship within that? Is there any sense in that? In just what he just?
But to his credit, he didn't.
It has relationship when it comes to dementia.
Wait. To his credit, he didn't say he's now talking about it's about service. It's not about ruling. It's my turn to
Okay,
rule.
I mean, what has speaking in tongue got to do with service?
Wait. We have to acknowledge the good one too. You know, when people say we criticize these people in government, they sometimes they get it eventually. Now he's not saying that he's there to rule us. This is about service. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, but then what has speaking in tongue got to do with that service he's talking about?
I know that Omore
will have to do with our diversity.
That's why I played the video for you.
Man, people should see each time he talks that this is mentally incapable of even ruling his own family, not to talk about Nigeria.
Okay, hold on, Jude. Omore, go ahead.
Yes, on the debt forgiveness issue, the trip of Osubajo to America, I think is quite unfortunate. And as a saying that if he wants equity, he must come with clean hand. With the reckless and the executive rascality going on in Nigeria, with the way they are spending the money, with the corruption index going on in Nigeria, I think they were just making a fool of themselves. Nobody want to forgive Nigeria any debt. You don't borrow to embezzle it and go back and beg for forgiveness. On the Tinubu issue, it's only in Nigeria you see comedians trying to become sorry to say, these are my words though. He was one of the people I look up to in our school days, who were the youth wing of Nadeco, who were on campus. He was a master strategist, so to speak, quote unquote. Little did we know that the same Abacha and IBB wanted us to chase away. He was coming to loot more. Now, if you look at this guy, people try to give him some credit. They said he performed in Lagos and all that. That is not even my headache. The same Tinubu of 1999 from 2007 is not the same Tinubu of today. Mentally, physically, and psychologically, they are two different personalities. Remember recently he was talking on people tweeting on WhatsApp, recruiting 50 million Nigerian youth into the army to end the insurgency and all that. So if you look at this, the girl is incoherent. I don't know why they push him, and probably the way they push Buhari to make work for themselves, they use Buhari to win an election. I don't think, they're taking advantage of that to enrich themselves. It's the same thing they want to do with Bola Tinubu. They should have been smarter than that. I mean, if nobody is asking you for the loot, he has been able to give you a cover. I know EFCC is not coming around. You have been able to buy your way through. Why not enjoy quietly in your palace and enjoy your stolen wealth? I don't know what they want. The guy is not the same Tinubu we used to know. The guy is incoherent. Mentally, physically, he does not have what it takes to be a president of Nigeria. That job is energy sapping and time consuming. It's strenuous. It's not going to last. See, I'm not a doctor, but we don't need a medical doctor to see that, to tell us that the features are not okay. The shaking hands, the shaking tongues, the incoherence. If you ask him 10 questions, he's going to give you 9 wrong answers. So, we borrowed making it up from the Bible, and we have a promise. I don't know what's the other time he said he was a youth. Hey, I'm a youth. So, if people could be a youth at that age, with your chances, with the body language, I don't think they mean well for him. Even those package him for this job, I think they prepared him for a suicide mission. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you. So we have to round up here, and as normal, the normal way we do it, what keeps you up at night? Let me start with you, James. You are in the dark. You don't have light in Gambia?
No, we are infested with the Nigerian virus, electricity problem.
so Gambia is now in the dark too, like Nigeria.
No, well, it was not like this during Yaya Jammeh's time. We don't know what's going on.
Okay, so what keeps you up at night? Darkness?
Please. When will you be on again?
Next Saturday.
Oh, okay, very good.
The same time. Yeah, the same time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lexi, I hope you got my number.
All right. Oh. What keeps you up at night?
Well, what keeps me up at night is the fact that some Nigerians are getting it right. Some have gotten it right, trying to stand for the right thing to be done in the country. On the other hand, some are still either sleeping or being very selfish to themselves. I cannot imagine to see a country where everybody is trying to make things right and some are just trying to pull us back. So whomever that is supporting people like Tinubu and Atiku, it gets, especially Tinubu, gets me worried. Like, what is wrong with these people? Can they think? So what I always think about Nigerians, that those people that they still have a long way to go to wake up from slumber and begin to do the right thing. So it gets me worried that some of us don't have sense.
All right, thank you. Alexi, what's keeping you up at night? What keeps you up at night?
I'm still losing my sleep over the free killing of people in the Southeast by the so-called security agents. It looks like Buhari had asked them to kill at will, and they have continued, and nobody is saying anything. I'm still not happy that people like Mazin Nankano is still locked in. Showore is still locked in. Showore is a personal friend. I have a witness in the group of what I've just said. He may not have the same solution that I think should be applied to Nigeria. He's half of three-quarter way what I think we should do, but that 1/4 that is left is what is actually making things very difficult for him. And I wish he could be let go for him to return to the US to his family. And finally, I just don't get it why many people are seeking, just like the last speaker said, but I want to give a special thanks to Dr. Deployer, because he said it as it's supposed to be said today. All that he said was almost like speaking my mind, which I try hard to speak amongst everyone here. Those things he said are true, and nobody can controvert that. And we all should be concerned about whatever is happening in next door's neighbor. Otherwise, it will come to us too eventually. Don't be surprised if we don't hold the election, I repeat. If we do hold it, fine. But then after it, you don't have to rest your oars, because there are very many uncertainties of what is coming at us.
Thank you. Who's left? Maury, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah.
2% in
Yeah, I worry.
1% in
And it's something that has been agitating my mind, and I still worry seriously about is the day we come together as a people to realize that the power of the people is stronger and greater than those in power. That there is strength in unity. If whenever we come together, there's a limit to what we can achieve as a people. No oppressor, no dictator, no looter, no political criminal will be able to withstand us. And we begin like we had in the NSAS movement. As we are having the people coming together right now, it might not be what we expect to get, but at least we are gradually waking up from our slumber. The day we realize that the strongest weapon against our people is the divide, rule, and conquer principle. I think we will be 90% to where we want to be. And look at what is happening everywhere. I'll give you a vivid example of the Niger Delta pipeline contract that was awarded. So Tom Polo now is happy that he has been given a contract. Instead of fighting for our resources, they will begin to fight themselves now because they feel one person is favored. No, they are. It's a calculated attempt, to divide them so that they can conquer them. Look at the NAS. The NAS we used to have was National Association of Nigerian Students. There was no zone A, no zone B, no zone E, no zone 0. We were powerful. We could move from south to north, north to east, east to west. During most of the and we could achieve a common purpose. I'm from Bender State. I used to come from Bender State. Now I'm from Edo State. So they want me to see my Delta brother as my enemy. No, these are not the enemies we have. We have a common enemy. The time we realize this, that the greatest weapon against us as a people is the divide and rule and conquer, I think we will be 95% to where we hope to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on the show, everybody. Casey, I saw that you were struggling in the dark. I assume that you are in Nigeria. And where are you? Casey, can you hear me? All right. Probably he cannot. James, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, the people get the government they deserve.
Thank you. Kenneth, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Damagis. Thank you.
Omori, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me. Thank you, sir.
Alexi, thank you. Casey, thank you. I appreciate all the people that joined us, even those that didn't stay to the end. I know I value your time. It's not easy to spend 4 hours, 5 hours, on a show like this. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, and see you again on Saturday, September 11th. No, September 10th. And then on Saturday, September 11th, we have our show, the big show with Pa Ikide. Good night. Okay. My closing.
Bye.